Okay, so welcome all. This is part 2 of chapter 2 of Deleuze Modeste, in which we're going to take a quick breather and take a little bit of time to look at what we have accomplished so far and where we hope to go. Okay, so thank you very much, Inosuke, for bringing us into our twilight and midnight hour. And I'm introducing right now the second part of the second plateau or chapter of our Deleuze Modeste podcast. And I wanted to start off with an introduction, making obvious reference to the twilight or what we call the midnight hour. And I'm going to jump immediately into the first paragraph of what is philosophy. So, let's see if we can dig that up. Here we go. The question, what is philosophy, can perhaps be posed only late in life, with the arrival of old age and a time for speaking concretely. In fact, the bibliography on the nature of philosophy is very limited. It is a question posed in a moment of quiet restlessness at midnight, when there is no longer anything to ask. It was asked before. It was always being asked, but too indirectly or obliquely. The question was too artificial, too abstract. Instead of being seized by it, those who asked the question set it out and controlled it in passing. They were not sober enough. There was too much desire to do philosophy, to wonder what it was, except as a stylistic exercise. That point of non-style where one can finally say, "What is it I've been doing all my life?" had been reached. There are times when old age produces not eternal youth, but a sovereign freedom, a pure necessity in which one enjoys a moment of grace between life and death, and in which all the parts of the machine come together to send into the future a feature that cuts across all ages. Titian, Turner, Monet. So, the issue here is that this kind of, obviously in a very different way, echoes a very famous proposition by Hegel, in which Hegel states, "The owl of Minerva spreads its wings only at the falling of dusk." So, obviously, with Hegel, the sense is completely different, but in Hegel's sense, we have spirit, which is creating, this vast epical movement and changes and turbulence and violence moving towards, perfection. And when one cycle is completed, this is when the owl of wisdom, Minerva, shows up. In Hegel's case at twilight, when it's all over, the dust is settled, and this owl makes its judgment on what has occurred, and in a dialectical way will determine contradictions and what has been accomplished, and what the next cycle will involve, always moving towards the goal of perfection. And in the sense of Deleuze and Guattari, obviously this is much, much more humble. This is Deleuze and Guattari in 1991. Gilles Deleuze was 66 years old. Pierre-Félix Guattari was 61 years old, but they're at a point in their lives in which they're asking themselves, what have we actually accomplished and done in our lives as philosophers? So we're going to do something kind of two parallel things very quickly. on a much less profound level. We're just going to ask ourselves about this podcast. I'm just going to intermingle the two words, and I know they're probably not the same, but let's say twilight and midnight or whatever. We're going to look at the midnight hour of this podcast and just ask ourselves some very simple questions and maybe try and explain a little bit better what this is all about. Because indeed, as is normal, I think with everyone, there was kind of a rush to put this thing up and get it out there and, create, like a life raft, and on the high seas, and can we put something together, which will take us somewhere in the middle of the high seas. So we ask ourselves simple questions. What have we done? Where do we want to go? And above all, what can we do to improve this podcast? And at the same time, we're going to try and look at these concepts in what is philosophy of Deleuze, and we've been touching on the conceptual personae, and now in this podcast we'll be dealing with the concept of the concept by Deleuze and Guattari, specifically in what is philosophy. But our goal here is, and I'm going to try and explain that right now, is to fold that back over into what we started looking into in the first chapter, and embrace what Deleuze would call as Aion, the concept of time as Aion, as opposed to the concept of time as Chronos. So let's take a really quick look into that. So here we're talking about, and I think this comes in difference and repetition, that Deleuze has two parallel concepts, let's say, for lack of a better word, of time. And time is obviously a very complicated issue in itself, that we have time as extension, quantitative, and time as being qualitative, and we're coming back to the singular and ordinary, essentially the actual and the virtual, but famously in difference and repetition, we have a concept of time from Deleuze, which has two parallel concepts. Aion, on the one hand, which is non-numeric or non-chronological time, and that is, I'm always saying parallel, because I'm going back to Spinoza and parallelism. Coexisting is a better word with Aion is Chronos, which is a numbered time, which is actual time, birth, life, death. That is Chronos. Aion is time understood through intensity, and where time is not chronological. And if you go into Deleuze and cinema, there are so many examples of that, and hopefully we can get into that further on. So I've had to redo this introduction a few times, because I came across a quick paper on what is philosophy, which kind of ticked me off. I read it and was kind of like, did not agree with the material at all. However, in the meantime, I realized that I kind of made a bit of a mistake and was being way too harsh on this person. And I went back and took a look around on this conception of time. And I'm coming back to it now, hopefully a little bit wiser. So this is what I came across that kind of irked me. So at the time of publication, Deleuze, this is the publication of What is Philosophy. Deleuze is 66 years old and Guattari is 61. By current standards, that is hardly the end of the active life. One is still productive at this age, as the book itself attests. Badiou is still going strong at 79 years of age and will only retire at the age of 80. So, some commentators just repeat this opening sentence literal-mindedly, like I initially did, forgetting that for Deleuze and Guattari, everything is to be interpreted in terms of intensity, including age. Deleuze and Guattari are not primarily commenting on a chronological state where everything is finished and one can only reflect abstractly on the meaning of it all. Rather, they are living through an intensive state where they ask themselves in this question, a question that arises when it is time to speak correctly. So the author of this article is essentially saying, when Deleuze is talking about this midnight hour, twilight, midnight hour, whatever, when the time comes and you have nothing left to prove, the author is saying, well, don't understand that in terms of chronos, meaning, it's just old age, and when you get old, you tend to get reflective about things. He's saying, in reality, it's really, they are operating within the time of Aion, which is all about intensities and overlapping of the different levels and cuts in time in a Bergsonian sense, and multiplicities of time which are operating together, which is the whole issue on non-chronological time is extremely interesting. I mean, Deleuze in his cynical books refers to peaks of the past, which for me is just like a mind-boggling concept in which you have the past, present, and future that are all operating as kind of three planes in coexistence, and also for me a crazy concept, because what that would mean, and this might be implied in Bergson, is what we're doing in the present. We're re-inscribing virtual events in the past and in the future. Crazy stuff. So, but my problem with this author is that he is saying at the time of publication, Deleuze, this is 1991, Deleuze is 66 years old and Guattari is 61. Okay. Pierre-Félix Guattari died the year after at 62 years old. Deleuze died 4 years later at the age of 70, but you always have to take into account the fact that Deleuze suffered from tuberculosis his entire life, and as a heavy smoker, he had developed a terminal case of lung cancer, and he was always attached to a breathing machine, essentially, and that is really sorry to say it, that is incredibly painful. That's just a constant state of suffering and pain. So Deleuze did still live on for 4 years and did write a life, but at the same time, I think I really can't answer this question, but my problem with this article is, like, maybe it's because I'm getting older, but you tend to reflect on things in the time of chronos. It's only when you're older that you kind of ask yourself, what have I done with my life? When you're younger, as Deleuze and Guattari say very clearly, you're just doing it, and you're kind of presupposing what philosophy is, but you really don't have a concrete conception of what philosophy actually is, because you're too young. That comes, the works of anyone are operate on the plane of chronos, because we are condemned mentally or virtually. Yes, Aion, okay, it's there, it's coexistent with chronos, but at the same time, You have to start somewhere. You have to start with Kant, and then you move on to Hume, and then you move on to Bergson, and then you move on. You make a huge rupture and difference and then repetition, and then you meet Guattari. Then you bifurcate, no, you bifurcate, and you go on into to other fields, anti-Oedipus, psychology, Marxism, philosophy, you know, and then there is a chronological order and in which you develop your full philosophical system, and there is a terminal point, as clearly stated in what is philosophy, in which you're at the end of your life, no, as Deleuze said, between life and death, because he was dying. Guattari was dying. He died the year after, and so that midnight hour for me comes in the terms of chronos, or chronological time. But at the same time, I do accept that at the same time, what is philosophy can be read in terms of the time of Aion, which is non-chronological time. Therefore, you know, the things happening in that book are intensities and you know, a whole bunch of non-chronological characteristics are in there. So that was just a little bit, I had to restate this because with Deleuze and Deleuze and Guattari, we always have to keep in mind that time itself has its actual chronos and its virtual aeon, and it's like a thought and extension in Spinoza. This is, you know, we looked over this, the actual and the virtual, and so yes, we always have to keep that into account, and that is, we should keep that into account for what is philosophy. And I will just add one more thing here concerning Aion and Chronos. Obviously, we come to the concept of Deleuze and Guattari of becoming child, which is an extremely important component in this discussion. So let's see if I can read this here. This should be from, I have to check. This is Deleuze and Guattari. There's a double relationship between time and childhood in this fragment. Time does what a child does, and so they state paison. I assume that's a Greek word for playing. So time is something that plays, and in time, as Aion, childhood governs. Thus, this fragment can be read as showing that time, lifetime, is not only a question of numbered movement, chronos. There is another dimension of living time, more akin to the childlike form of being, which is Aion, which is non-numbered. This quote is not by Deleuze and Guattari, by the way. I correct myself, and I will include this in the links. However, I do find it to be relatively correct here. In relation to this kind of time, a child is more powerful than any other being. So let's keep in mind for Deleuze and Guattari, a child is more or less becoming. A child is always in a state of becoming. Thus, given that Aion is a non-chronological plane of time which consists only purely of becomings, obviously the child is what they call the child that governs, because becoming is essentially a feature of a child. in relation to this kind of time, meaning aeon, a child is more powerful than any other being. In aeonic life, childhood does not statically exist in one stage of life, the first one, but rather goes through it powerfully as an intensity or duration. In this fragment, a non-chronological aeonic experience of time emerges. Together with it, a non-chronological concept of childhood. Childhood may here be understood not only as a period of life, but as a specific strength, force, or intensity that inhabits a qualitative life at any given chronological time. So, reading this just kind of reinforces me the error I made in the reading of the article before. But I still insist that towards the end of life, you are, when you're confronting death, that is technically the midnight hour. However, at the same time, the book itself, the thought of Deleuze Guattari, is about, as it always was and always will be, about becomings. And becomings is the realm of the child. Think of the logic of sense, etc., etc. So becoming child literally means, innocence is a bad word, but the child is in a perpetual state of becoming and is not static, and therefore, at any given point in the time of chronos, chronological or number time, the child is always present, even if you're on your deathbed or at the end of your life. You are still becoming child when you enter into a becoming with which thing. So the whole point of this was just to state, to keep in mind when we're reading Deleuze and Guattari, we can always keep these concepts in mind. No, at the same, they have to coexist for me. I mean, you have to accept that things work chronologically. I improve, I learn, I recant, then I come to Bergson, and that is chronological. It's undeniable. But however, at the same time, in coexistence with that, you have a virtual plane of time, which is aeon, in which you are always becoming a child. And Deleuze is becoming child with Kant, with Hume, especially Bergson, etc., etc. And so, to close this introduction up, we're going to look specifically at our podcast right now. This is our super brief, I promise, midnight hour. What did we set out to accomplish? So, I'm going to start there. The title of the podcast, Deleuze Modeste, means more or less, I think, it could be written as like Deleuze beyond the cliches, no? Because I've always been very critical that Deleuze kind of entered into radical chic contemporary culture and was very fashionable, and a lot of stuff was done and used and written. A lot of money was made everywhere, kind of exploiting a lot of concepts by Deleuze and Deleuze and Guattari, but in this big kind of marketing frenzy, I don't think, for me, it was highly problematic. And but now, I would even say that Deleuze is no longer fashionable, which for me is a good thing, because we're kind of also in this kind of twilight or midnight hour with Deleuze, where the dust is settled. I hate to cite Hegel again, but that epoch, of kind of this use and abuse of Deleuze has passed by, and the dust is settled, and it's twilight and we look at the stars, and we can really start in a very easy way to go and look at this wonderful work without all of the pressure of marketing and the need to use his name to become someone. And I could spend at least an hour giving a list of all the people who have used his name to become someone. So at this point, the dust is settled, we're under the stars, and we can just go and look concretely at what he has done and accomplished. So that's the goal of the podcast in itself, just to reiterate it. And what have we done so far? We've really only accomplished chapter 1. And chapter 1 we could define as being purely on the plane of chronos, meaning chronological time. We looked a little bit, even if a tendency to jump around all over the place. The idea was to start with this concept of transcendental empiricism, a little bit immanence, a little bit Spinoza, but principally, the first written works by Deleuze, which are Kant and then Hume. And I think even if it was, a little bit superficial, the idea was to understand this name or concept of transcendental empiricism. So that was more or less the first chapter. At the same time, we did have a few valuable comments, and so we decided to introduce a forum. So every once in a while, if people want to put up any kind of questions or comments or have anything to add, we thought it would be a great idea to dedicate, an episode to that. So when you go onto the website, obviously the chapters are all in orange, but forums are, they have a green icon. And we only have one forum so far. And we appreciate, obviously, those few brave who follow us and do subscribe to us. And I think, these points should be shared because, that's how you create planes. That's how, that's philosophy. You have to, so it makes sense to me that the forum and just sharing, I will give my opinion on the points made, but I repeat, that is my opinion, and that can be worth what it is, but it is you guys that are out there doing things, and I absolutely have no authority whatsoever on this, and I hate the word authority. So after that, we got on to chapter 2, and what I did in chapter 2, now I can probably explain it a little bit better, but I made what I called in chapter 1 a jump in time. So we did essentially Kant and Hume, and then we took a jump to what is philosophy. Why? Because what I kind of wanted to do, and this is also, I've only realized this right now, so this is my own personal midnight hour realization, because I intuitively wanted, at that point, to jump up to 1991 from the 1950s, to look at initially at the idea of the conceptual persona or personae by Deleuze and Guattari. And at this point in this chapter, we are just going to look at the concept of the concept by Deleuze and Guattari in What is Philosophy. So why am I making this kind of detour? No, and maybe I can explain it better right now, because what I want to do is I could just do a simple chronos, chronological evaluation of Deleuze, but it might be a good idea also being that we have chronos and aeon, chronological time and non-chronological time, coexisting, that we can literally become children, let's say, in coexistence with our actual chronological state. Sounds a little complicated, but I'm sure you guys all grasp that probably better than I do. And make this jump onto the plane of time of aeon, and make a quick jump up to what is philosophy, and try to understand exactly what Deleuze concludes with Guattari at the end, towards the end of his life, specifically the concept, specifically the conceptual personae. And the idea is, after this chapter, we will go back chronologically in time on the plane of Chronos, and pick up from Hume. But, however, on our plane of aeon, we will already populated, let's say, our planes of thought with the final definition of a concept and a conceptual persona, which are the fundamental aspects of philosophy, arrived at in what is philosophy. So the idea here is, once this chapter is over, we're going to go back to post-Hume, and it's going to be Bergson, and we will discover really the beautiful world of Bergson, and then Deleuze encounter with Bergson, and that will lead us to a question of method. So I don't want to make things too complicated right now, but what's important and what I wanted to do, and I don't know if it's wise or not, is that I'm interested by this idea of working on two coexisting planes. So when we go back to Kant, Hume, and Bergson at the same time, chronologically at the same time, our planes already have a concept of the concept and a concept of the conceptual persona. We can ask, we looked a little bit into this in the first part of this chapter, part one of chapter 2, the conceptual persona. We have sorcerers, sages, idiots, Socrates. We have all of these abstract living entities out there. And when we go back to Chronos, we can kind of just ask ourselves some, I don't know, some fun, for the lack of a better word, questions. Who is, the conceptual persona on the plane of the Deleuze and Bergson? What are Bergson's preconceptual assumptions? What is the plane of immanence of David Hume? What is, who are the conceptual personae here, and, we can just kind of keep in mind, in parallel to our reading of Chronos, we have, this whole world on the virtual plane that I think is possibly even more interesting on a plane of aeon. It's something I think has been very neglected. It's kind of interesting to think in terms of this, no? Who are we looked at this, who are the conceptual personae of René Descartes? No, we have an idiot, but we're going to have other figures in there. We can have Nicholas of Cusa. I don't know. I mean, but this is a whole aspect which I think it could be an interesting approach. It could be total garbage. I don't know, but that seemed like the best way to go forward with this. So, closing up this introduction, I just wanted to say that in terms of method, we do want to absolutely improve the podcast itself as a podcast, because we are living in the YouTube era. And I repeat, there is no monetization of this podcast, nor will there ever be, nor is there any possibility of monetizing this kind of podcast. So it's just done out of passion, but at the same time, so far, I tend to drag on. So that's one thing I know. I waste way too much time and get lost and go all over the place, etc., etc. So we definitely want to shorten the duration of each podcast. So chapter 2, instead of, I initially said we would need 3 chapters, it might be 4 or 5, 6, 7, whatever, but this podcast is going to run on, unfortunately, probably for at least 3 hours. But the goal is to get a lot more concise. 1, 2, I need to do much more editing, meaning that up until now, what I've done is basically just recorded, slapped it together, and threw it out there. And this is, it's a product of rushing things. I've been rushing things too much, and now I'm trying to, work in parallel between editing and the actual content, just to kind of, cut away, stuff that shouldn't have been there and make things much, much more rapid and efficient. But it's going to take a long time, unfortunately, for me to get to a good point there. And then, as you will see in this video, we're just going to try and do some dumb technological things in editing. And specifically, we're going to see some AI characters, specifically from Demon Slayer, who my son is a huge fan of, and I have tattoos of Demon Slayer all over the place. And so it should be a fun thing. Hopefully, I won't get slagged by copyright issues on that, because I really don't think there's anything harmful about that, but whatever. New webcam, an AI webcam. We have a little bit of the music or the sound effects. We're starting to use LUMI keys, a little bit to learn piano, but there's some wonderful programs out there, such as, specifically, I will cite Abyss, which is freeware, and that is a wonderful program for making ambient sounds and music, etc., etc. So at the end of this program, I will put up all the links as usual, and try and make them as clear as possible. I may even put up the names of some of the things we've used, the webcam, OBS Studio, no, OBS, God knows. Anyway, I'll put the names up, but keep in mind that is in no way an endorsement, no? I'm just trying to, we're just playing around with, these new things, and a little bit of AI here, a little bit of original sound effects, and the idea is to kind of make this podcast much less boring, meaning 4 hours of me going on, pontificating on God knows what, and trying just to make it a little bit more cinematic. So that's it. I'm off, and we are going to move on right now into the substance of part 2, chapter 2, which will be entirely dedicated to Deleuze and Guattari's concept of the concept in What is Philosophy. However, we will branch off into other issues which are very, very interesting. Singularities, in particular, actual singularities, virtual singularities, and hopefully, as we move on, things should get clearer and clearer. And the last thing I'd just like to say, and this just because I kind of read things stupidly, because it's very, very easy to make mistakes with Deleuze and Guattari, but we always have to keep in mind this coexistence of multiple planes. So, and this is a huge trap that everyone falls into, because we are have been bred to think in a particular way, which might be Cartesian, it might come a lot from Kant. I do believe we in society structuralism is still basically reigns over everything. So with Deleuze and Guattari, it's a completely different way of thinking. So that goes back to the quote that in the introduction from Nietzsche, new possibilities of life, but new possibilities of life implicate new ways and means of thinking. So I would always recommend that you always have to consider this fact of multiple planes which are coexisting. So you just don't get a quick answer here, you don't get a quick answer here. We are talking about the ordinary and the singular, and they have obviously relations with each other, but there's no if you follow in, it's very easy to make a mistake and just say, this, that, and the other. That's how I got into this whole problem with, I had to rethink Aion and Chronos and kind of say, yeah, okay, what is philosophy? For me, is always the product of the midnight hour when you're facing death. But yes, at the same time, you are still becoming child and always becoming child, and therefore you are always on this coexistent plane of Aeon together with Chronos. So always be careful and just always make sure that we have to think in terms of multiplicities, no? And Bergson is might not be the very first one. We have to look into science and mathematics, etc., but Henri Bergson is already, at least 1 century ago, the early 1900s, I believe, like 100 years ago, Bergson was already falling out of fashion. But this concept or idea of multiplicity has been around for a long time, but we are very, 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 very distant or far from being able to think in terms of multiplicity. So with no further hang-ups, I will introduce you to the second part of this chapter. And once again, thank you to all that take the time to watch this and follow us. You must be very patient people if you're watching me, and thanks again. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, so we are going to jump right into this. We are going to be reading the first couple of paragraphs from the chapter on the concept and what is philosophy. And because we are all multiple, I will be inviting some AI friends to read the original text, because they actually, not surprisingly, do a much better job than I do. So our first guest who's going to read us the first paragraph is none other than Yorichi Sugikuni. Fans of Demon Slayer will recognize her. An excellent swordsman, swordswoman in the world of Demon Slayer. So she's going to read us the first paragraph. Let's go. I introduce everyone to Yorichi.
There are no simple concepts. Every concept has components and is defined by them. It therefore has a combination, Schiffer asterisk. It is a multiplicity, although not every multiplicity is conceptual. There is no concept with only one component. Even the first concept, the one with which a philosophy begins, has several components, because it is not obvious that philosophy must have a beginning, and if it does determine one, it must combine it with a point of view or a ground, une raison. Not only do Descartes, Hegel, and Feuerbach not begin with the same concept, they do not have the same concept of beginning. Every concept is at least double or triple, etc. Neither is there a concept possessing every component, since this would be chaos pure and simple. Even so-called universals as ultimate concepts must escape the chaos by circumscribing a universe that explains them: contemplation, reflection, communication. Every concept has an irregular contour defined by the sum of its components, which is why, from Plato to Bergson, we find the idea of the concept being a matter of articulation, of cutting and cross-cutting. The concept is a whole because it totalizes its components, but it is a fragmentary whole. Only on this condition can it escape the mental chaos constantly threatening it, stalking it, trying to reabsorb it. There are no simple concepts.
Okay, so thank you very much, Yorichi. And we will try and just look over this very quickly. In What is Philosophy, I find obviously we have this very dusk, twilight tone to it, and that is there's kind of a dryness and extreme simplicity in the language, which actually confounds me. So I had to read this over and over and over again and just write some simple notes just in order to kind of grasp the entirety of it. So if we just look very quickly at that paragraph, we have there are no simple concepts. Every concept has components and is defined for them. So just a quick sketch. This is our, that looks like a testicle, but whatever. Every concept has certain components within them. It is a multiplicity. Although not every multiplicity is conceptual, there's no concept with only one component. Even the first concept, the one which philosophy begins, has several components. So we have a first concept. There is a first concept. And going on a little bit, this will get even more interesting. A first concept. And that is the beginning of philosophy. However, the first concept has several components because it is not obvious that philosophy must have a beginning. So, what Deleuze and Guattari are saying here is that if one believes that concepts, ideas, concepts, whatever at this point are pre-given, are transcendent and pre-existing, and what a philosopher is actually doing is digging like an archaeologist and uncovering already a priori or pre-existing concepts. It's just kind of presupposed that philosophy is indeterminate, meaning that if those concepts were already there, how could there be a beginning? No, it's a question of accessing this field, eternal field of concepts. So this is why with Deleuze and Guattari, they say philosophy does have a beginning. And also in What is Philosophy, they will talk about the Greek archipelago, this plane of immanence, and this incredible movement on the Greek islands, which are the beginnings for them of philosophy. And this is in the shadow of the Eastern empires. So Deleuze and Guattari explicitly state that philosophia, that means the friend of the concept, is the beginning for them of philosophy, because before that philosophers did not exist. There were sages, and they don't get into that very much, but sages were people that possessed the truth. They were not the friend of the truth, the friend of the concept. The sage was the person that actually grasped and possessed the truth. So if philosophy does not determine a beginning, it must combine it with a point of view or ground. So if you're going to say philosophy has no beginning, it's just kind of there, something that's always existed and always will exist. If you say the beginning is indeterminate, that's going to be presuppose a point of view, which will become a point of view is a raison, a reason, or it's a ground. And why? Because a philosopher has to start somewhere. Even if you say there's no beginning to philosophy, a philosopher has to start with a concept. And then once you start with that concept, that is a point of view. That is a presupposition of a philosopher, and that point of view will be the basis of his ground, or we can even say image of thought or preconceptual plane. Once again, I'm drawing in 2D, but that is not correct because these things are dimensionless. We've seen that before. I just want to repeat it. So not only do Descartes, Hegel, and Feuerbach not begin with the same concept, so these are three philosophers chosen specifically. This is not just three examples pulled out of anywhere. According to Deleuze and Guattari, Descartes, Hegel, and Feuerbach do not presuppose a beginning of philosophy in terms of the history of philosophy. Therefore, they have a point of view, which is their unique point of view, in which they determine where you begin from and in philosophy. So, and this is obviously going to differ between Descartes, Hegel, and Feuerbach. So, philosophy from them, as we just explained, does not begin with the same concept. It's not something common between the three. However, at the same time, because they are not determining a beginning to philosophy, they are making a subjective presupposition, and therefore each of these three people will have their own concept of what a beginning in philosophy is. So picking up from there, let me change that slide very quickly. Deleuze and Guattari are saying here, even if it's not obvious, you have to define a beginning of philosophy, which will be, I presume, a concept, but at the same time also kind of preconceptual. And Deleuze and Guattari definitely say that this occurs in ancient Greece, in the shadow of the ancient Eastern Empire. So philosophy for Deleuze and Guattari begins in Greece. Why? Because in contrast to the ancient empires from the East, Egyptians, the great empires of the Middle East, of Iraq, of China, according to Deleuze and Guattari, for knowledge had another system in which knowledge was something possessed and grasped and truly beheld by the sage. And the Greeks, in defining philosophia, is the friend of wisdom, and therefore the plane of immanence can only occur in Greece in this precise moment of history in the islands and archipelagos of Greece. So essentially what they're saying is that there are many philosophers that don't really to see the need to define an origin to philosophy. And I'll repeat again, Deleuze and Guattari is saying that it's like since 300 BC in Greece that philosophy exists, and that has not been the only system throughout the history of mankind, and that is something unique implicitly to the Western world, and something which has been going on for 2,000 plus years. And so certain philosophers specifically chosen by Deleuze and Guattari, who are obviously not the preferred philosophers of them, such as Descartes, Hegel, and Feuerbach, they generally do not feel a need to define the origin of philosophy because they presuppose that concepts are universal, a priori, and pre-existing. So it's just a question of who sooner or later throughout history, finally, like an archaeologist digs up this concept and that concept, etc., etc. So when you do that, and I think I have this written down here, if we go on the lower left-hand side, if you do not determine a specific origin to philosophy itself, and you do not define it, because Deleuze and Guattari do make a very solid case for this, I think Heidegger will follow in their steps with the Greek origins and in philosophy. But if a philosopher does not specifically define a beginning of philosophy itself, they will create a concept of the beginning, which is always a point of view and a presupposition. So for a given Descartes, Hegel, and Feuerbach, they just suppose that philosophy, that it's not obvious, as Deleuze and Guattari say, it's not obvious that there's a beginning to philosophy. So there's no beginning, therefore I, as a philosopher, have to have a beginning. I have to start from somewhere. No, everyone has to start from somewhere. And so what Deleuze is saying is this beginning is therefore a presupposition, and that is the preconceptual plane. But at the same time, Descartes, Hegel, and Feuerbach, just three examples of many, will all have a concept of the beginning in philosophy in private terms here. And therefore, when they say that each concept is at least double or triple, that means that different philosophers, perhaps every philosopher, will have a concept of a beginning in philosophy which differs from other concepts. So if you just take one concept that is the beginning, okay, the beginning of thought, the beginning of philosophy, that is inherently multiple, because everyone will have a different idea of what the actual beginning, the point which you start from, is. So neither is there a concept possessing every component, since this would be chaos pure and simple. So right here, quite simply, they're saying if you have a concept which possesses the entirety of what we will call, from an empiricist point of view, the unconditioned, sensible, the infinite, let's say for now, debatable, not debatable, etc. We'll get to that later. But if you have a concept that simply contains everything, it would just be the same as everything, and it would just be pure chaos. Because for Deleuze and Guattari, the unconditioned sensible field is pure chaos. So if you have a concept which contained everything, like this completely totalizing concept, it would just be pure chaos, and we'd all go completely mad, because we would be subject to the same chaos in our concept as the unconditioned sensible itself. So-called universals as ultimate concepts must escape the chaos by circumscribing a universe that explains them. Contemplation, reflection, and communication. So here they are inherently, implicitly critiquing the idea or the concept of a universal. Universal could be Plato's concept of the idea, in which these are that's an ultimate concept. So when Plato says everything is transcendent, every thing in the unconditioned sensible field already pre-exists in its perfect form in a transcendent state, that therefore implies that the act of the philosopher is contemplation, reflection, and communication, and not creation, because everything out there is already there in a perfect state, in a transcendent reality. And the goal of the thinker is to try and get as close to the perfection of the transcendent field where everything is manifested in perfection. So in this case, that's one example of a so-called universal. And what they're saying is it must circumscribe a universe that explains them. So if we look at these two graphics, I'm just going to put them in a box here. Circumscribe in a geometrical sense means if you take a triangle, if you're going to circumscribe a triangle with a circle, you're going to have to touch the 3 points, and therefore you will create a universe. However, and I'm going to color it in black, these are areas which leave it non-totalizable. We can call that a void, really bad word, but when you circumscribe with a concept which you claim to be universal, your universe is going to be the triangle, which is going to explain your concept, the universality, the unchangeable truth of a universal. And a concept will have to circumscribe that. I mean, it's going to have to touch all the points. This is a very poor two-dimensional geometrical example. Same thing with the square, and the same thing with other geometrical objects. So when you have to create a universal concept, basically you have to englobe an entire universe which explains that concept. So in the easiest case is Plato. Once you say everything, the tree, the frog, the whale, Maori, is eternally been pre-existing on a transcendent plane in its perfect form, and everything in this universe that is the unconditioned sensible is imperfection. Okay, so once Plato says that everything is an idea which exists in perfect form in a transcendent plane, world, universe, whatever you want to call it, at the same time as a concept that will have to be circumscribed, and it will have to circumscribe a universe, which in Plato's case we can call the unconditioned, and that universe is entirely imperfect. So everything, my Audi is not the perfect Audi. My tree is not the perfect tree. Trees can be big and beautiful and strive to be this, that, and whatever, but they are simulacra. They're degraded blueprints of the perfect tree, which is an idea, and this is an eternal condition for Plato. So Plato has to create a universe, and his universe is a universe of imperfection, of forms striving to be perfect, but they cannot be because they are not capable of joining, reaching, grasping the transcendent field. And therefore, that's the universe of Plato. And so it will be the same with a Descartes, a Hegel, and a Feuerbach. Even just on really, really basic terms, you can kind of see Hegel and Plato, and Hegel is going to come in much later, but Hegel's going to say, spirit is striving towards perfection in these massive violent cycles, and Marx as well. We're moving towards perfection, and it's not obviously very, very different from Hegel, but from Plato, sorry, but there's still a very solid Platonic element there, because you're saying there is a model of perfection. And for a Hegel or a Marx, in a material sense, like on this world, the perfect world for Marx was like where machines would produce everything, and communist man would dedicate himself to higher goals of humanity, and we're all poets and doing all kinds of incredible aesthetic things, and we're not slaves to capitalism, to capital, we're not slaves. So yeah, it's a huge transition, but it's still this idea of Plato as we have these models of perfection that everything is striving towards. Plato would kind of say, like, that's just eternal and forget about it. I mean, a tree can be, a flower can be as beautiful as you can imagine, but it's still not perfect. The perfect flower is a transcendental ideal, and that's it. That's all. While a Hegel or a Marx will say that history is this massive machine which is through spirit striving to move towards perfection, and perfection in Marx's case is communism, and Hegel, you need 2 cycles in order to overcome the French Revolution. Okay, you got rid of the king, but okay, the king and queen, and you got to guillotine them, and okay, great, but then you have this reaction of Jacobinism and this violent reaction, which then leads to Napoleon taking over and declaring himself not as king but as emperor. Big difference there, so it's no longer God who's determining who our king is, but the king has now become the emperor. Interesting evolution, etc., etc. So anyway, the point here is that when you do propose a universal concept and you presuppose that is universally true, think about Kant's faculties, for example, at the same time, your concept has to circumscribe and touch on all of the points of a universe which is created as a byproduct of the result of the proposition of the concept. So that sounds a little bit complicated, but I think I explained that a little bit better before. If you're going to say there's a transcendent world and everything's perfect, you have to say at the same time, this world, this universe is imperfect, so the concept of the idea in Plato has to presuppose its own universe, which does, obviously, according to this stupid little diagram here, when you circumscribe something, you are also confirming or affirming a non-totality, because if, let's say, this circle here is the concept and it just totalizes everything, the entire universe, that would be pure chaos. So your concept will always circumscribe in the cases of certain philosophers, because we're specifically speaking right now about a Plato, a Hegel, or a Feuerbach. If you must circumscribe a universe, therefore leaving, this is a geometrical metaphor, certain open points and to avoid totalizing your concept, which would be become absolutely incomprehensible chaos. And therefore, your universe is here circumscribed by the concept and leaving you kind of open spaces. So, going on from there, every concept has an irregular contour defined by the sum of its components, which is why from Plato to Bergson, we find the idea of the concept being a matter of articulation or cutting and cross-cutting. So let's see if I can explain this very quickly a little bit better. Can we pull up something from Ori? And this is just to give you a little quick idea of this idea or concept of articulation. So that's not going to be it. Let's see if we can dig that up. Let's be brave. Okay, here we go. You should be able to see Henri right now. And as we move into method, obviously we'll be moving into intuition from Bergson, which is really regarding method in philosophy is really an extremely interesting subject, both on its own and as also at the same time for Deleuze. And let's just look really quickly at a quick definition of articulation. We'll just stick to standard definitions. Articulation. Well, no, I don't find that to be a very satisfying definition. The speaker's articulation of the proposal convinced the board of directors to approve it. So, the doll's many articulations made it fully possible. We have in English a ball joint, enunciation, hip joint, a knee joint, a wrist joint, articulation, jointure, verbalisation, interlinear, and if I could just dig up, I did find a really satisfying translation for articulation. Linking, so articulation is specifically a question of linking, and that's why in translation it's often a joint is a question of articulation, because a joint is obviously creating a relation between your arm bone and your shoulder, for example. So we have a joint on our elbows, and so an articulation is joining two things, and that's very important. So I think if we go back to the original text here, with Plato to Bergson, the concept is a matter of articulation, therefore joining elements together, and also cutting and cross-cutting. And I'm just going to show really quickly the famous example here of Bergson. And I'll draw that here. Bergson quite famously, his cone is inverted compared to mine, but Bergson will very famously say that a cone is a geometrical metaphor for matter and memory, and the most refined point of the cone is the present. And the cone itself is memory. or the past. And famously, the present, Bergson will define as matter, the material, which is, through obviously the metaphor of the cone, the present is matter, and it is the extreme condensation of memory, the past or time. So the cone condenses into the present, and this cone is infinitely expanding. So when Deleuze is talking about cutting here, we have one issue, which is articulation, and let's say that means joining. A joint joins things, you know. But at the same time, Bergson, as we can see, as his famous examples of cuts. So I think there are two kinds of memory for Bergson. We won't get into that now. There's like an immediate memory, which is this zone here, which I recently remember, and this is quantitative, and this exists for every being in terms of duration, and we'll get into duration. But at this point, we move into qualitative memory, and this obviously for Deleuze will have a big thing to do with the virtual. And if you go into the past, for Bergson, it is a question of cutting. So we take, can I draw a pair of scissors? We're going to make a cut with our scissors right here, and cut. In 3 dimensions, that will be a cone, and we'll just do beginning cut A prime. And that is a certain point of the past. It could be a week ago. It could be 10 years ago. It can be 100 years ago. But when you cut into the past, Deleuze is saying, Bergson originally is saying, is that on any cut you make, you will have a series of singularities, which can be material, psychological, whatever. And you make a cut, and then there will be an issue of extracting singularities, which by philosopher could be extracted into a concept. But because a concept is always inherently multiple within itself, and also multiple in the sense that people share the same concepts which are not the same, but it becomes a question of articulating or of joining certain singularities in a certain manner. So we won't get into Plato here, but just quickly using Bergson as a quick example. Bergson has his geometrical diagram, and I repeat all this stuff. In reality, these are just 2 or semi-3-dimensional representations, and they are merely representations. This is all non-dimensional, multi-dimensional. We'll get into that later. But in these cones we see with Bergson, we're cutting back further and further, and theoretically this extends back infinitely. So for those who believe in the Big Bang, that extends back to the Big Bang. For those who are now following multiverse theory and infinity, that means you just go back straight into infinity, whatever. But it's undoubtable that lots of billions of years have passed, and for Bergson, we all have our own personal psychological cones, but existence in general has its one duration, one time, and therefore one cone, which we cut into. Like a very poor metaphor is when you go to the Antarctic or in Siberia and you put a big drill in the ground. You go there and basically you drill out a cylinder. You drill, you sit there for a year and you send this thing down as many kilometers as you can. You pull it back up. And when you pull that up, you're going to have soil samples and ice samples, which are all strata. And they're all a series, essentially, of cuts. So in a material sense, you're going back in time. Once you have a cut which you make at 20,000 BC, you analyze the soil samples and the carbon levels and this and that, and then science on its plane of reference makes a series of deductions, and we all discover new things, hopefully, and move on in life. So that is just to cover the question of a concept being a matter of articulation and also cutting and cross-cutting. Deleuze is always very interesting, and I think that's why a lot of architects kind of just jumped into it way too quickly and made all kinds of wacky conclusions without really understanding too much the role of space in Deleuze, which is a very, very, very rich subject, and I do hope to get into Riemannian space, etc. But like with Bergson, Deleuze, there's this heavy geometrical spatial implications in I think in the way he's thinking, but at the same time we do have to distinguish between non-dimensional things which are just being represented, as in this case with Bergson, and the concept which is obviously either non-dimensional or an entity which on its own plane contains varying numbers of dimensions depending on its content. So the last phrase here, and I had to look into this a little bit. This is, for me, was not very easy. And from here, we're going to jump to a paper involving this subject, and we'll have a new guest who's going to read the first page. Only on this condition can it escape the mental chaos constantly threatening it, stalking it, and trying to reabsorb it. So for Deleuze and Guattari, the concept is kind of a delicate thing, and we know it in itself is multiple. It taken from the outside is multiple in the sense that different people share different concepts with the same, let's say, names or proper names. No concept of beginning, concept of being, concept blah blah blah, concept of idea, etc., etc. So a concept is inherently multiple, both internally and also externally. But the concept is a whole because it totalizes its components, but is a fragmentary whole. Only on this condition can it escape the mental chaos constantly threatening it, stalking it, and trying to reabsorb it. So we're going to refer very quickly to a very good paper on this. And before I jump into that, I do want to show you a silly sketch I made, if I can find it again. Let's see. No, apparently I didn't save it, so it's up to me to do a quick. No, I found it. Here it is. Okay, so if you look on the sketch over here, let's just say, obviously, in two-dimensional, analogical, metaphorical terms, this dashed line right here, let's say that's the contour of our concept, which is going to be circumscribing its components. So I should probably break this down into, like, let's say that we have three components, 1, 2, 3, and they're not necessarily contiguous, but our concept is going to circumscribe these three elements, and we'll also look into Deleuze and Guattari's diagram of Cartesian concept of the cogito, and we'll hopefully enrich this illustration when we get there. But we have 1, 2, 3 elements. The concept is circumscribing that, so we obviously have the empty space, which means that this concept is not totalizing, and this is just an abstract concept. It could be whatever. And so you have these three elements, and what they're saying is the concept is whole because it totalizes its components, but it's a fragmentary whole. So I have this kind of dumb, silly idea to say this is a wall, an imaginary wall, a dumb metaphor, but let's just say I have a wall here. Is there any way I can get color involved into this, or are we just, oh yeah, I can, okay, I'm gonna make my walls right now blue. Let's try that. I'm even gonna try a marker. What happens? No, they're gonna be gray. Okay, whatever. That, let's just say, is one wall. That's another wall, and that is another wall. So these are walls, just as a metaphor, which guarantee the totality of the concept. So it's just a dumb metaphor, but we need something to hold those concepts together, no? So just a dumb metaphor. Let's say we even have another wall over here, 4 walls. Now it's giving me blue. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll just put an X. That's one wall, a second wall, a second wall. These are, oh, let's go all out. The green is going to be the 3 components of our concept. Let's go crazy. Red is going to be our concept itself, which is totalizing the concept. This is getting out of control. And orange is going to be these open areas in the concept, which guarantee that it isn't totalized. Otherwise, the concept would become pure chaos. So at this point, I'm just proposing the idea of the walls, meaning, and it's not literally a wall, but it's the concept must be held together. So certain presuppositions, certain elements of the concept must persist over time. They must be durable. However, it is always fragmentary. So that's why I'm not covering and outside of our concept. We are putting chaos here, for example. This is the exterior, the outside of our concept. We have constant chaos, and as we'll see, it's not only chaos on the outside. There will be cliches and stupidity, etc., etc. But for our purpose, the outside of the concept is all kinds of swirling chaos, no? The concept is always in a state of becoming, so it's always modifying itself over time. And this is because it is fragmentary. So thus the metaphor of partial walls, where you have openings in this wall into which new elements can enter the concept. Old elements can escape or partially escape from the concept. And in certain cases in which chaos, and as we will now see, stupidity, cliches, marketing, etc., etc., can penetrate into the concept, and also, if you, Deleuze always said the concept is a living thing. So let's imagine this concept is like a transcendental amoeba or a transcendental cell, something which is alive, no, not living and breathing, but on a transcendental plane. It's something which is constantly morphing, constantly in a state of flux, no? It has walls, it has this cohesion like a human cell which keeps it together. No, it doesn't just explode into chaos. It has elements of unity, but at the same time, it has points where it can be penetrated and mutated, and we know that obviously science does this when they inject, like, I don't know, vaccines or, you know, all these stupid genetic things. Well, I'm not saying they're all stupid. I mean, I'm sure there are great genetic things that are being done. I'm sure there are also total monstrosities that are being done, but that's not the issue here. And so let's look at this as like this living, you know, thing just kind of floating around there in non-dimensional transcendental space. And this breathability that allows the concept, this capability to be in becoming and flux and changing throughout time. which allows for its capability as an organism, let's call it an organism, to escape mental chaos, which is always threatening it, stalking it, and trying to reabsorb it. So chaos is always sitting here with the concepts, trying to get in those fissures and crack it and break it down, and it's like a becoming, stupid or becoming primitive, and I think we're living in times like that, where good concepts are always at a risk of dissolving, of being reabsorbed by chaos. They're always under threat. So it's this fragmentary nature of the concept, allowing it always the possibility for something to evolve that allows it to avoid being reabsorbed by chaos. So the cogito as a concept by Descartes, even if it was intended to be a universal concept amongst friends on the plane of immanence of Descartes, was picked up, the concept, by Kant, who criticized this questioning of the conditioning, and the unconditioned. The unconditioned, conditioning, condition. So Kant picks up this concept as an organism, and then modifies it, changes it, and then the concept itself, when the Kant goes into flux and it's taken on new life. The concept of Descartes, cogito, I think, therefore am, if that was universal and eternal, we'd probably be living in a much different world, and the concept itself would be much more at risk of being absorbed by chaos. So let's take a quick look right now into a paper which should describe this much better than I have done so far. Okay, at this point we're going to read that text from, this is Plateau, I believe, regarding singularities, and we're going to invite our good friend Shinobu back and just have her read this brief piece right here.
On the one hand, to the formed or formable matter we must add an entire energetic materiality and movement, carrying singularities, or hexieties, that are already like implicit forms that are topological, rather than geometrical, and that combine with processes of deformation, for example, the variable undulations and torsions of the fibers guiding the operation of splitting wood. On the other hand, to the essential properties of matter deriving from the formal essence we must add variable intensive affects, now resulting from the operation, now on the contrary making possible, for example, wood that is more or less porous, more or less elastic and resistant. At any rate, it is a question of surrendering to the wood, then following where it leads by connecting operations to a materiality, instead of imposing a form upon a matter.
Thank you once again, Shinobu. So, talking about wood, let's get into this example right here on from Shinobu. On the one hand, to the formed or formable matter, we must add an entire energetic materiality in movement, carrying singularities or hyicities that are already like implicit forms that are topological rather than geometrical, and that combined with processes of deformation. For example, the variable undulations and torsions of the fibers guiding the operation of splitting wood. On the other hand, to the essential properties of matter deriving from the formal essence, we must add variable intensive affects, now resulting from the operation, now on the contrary making possible, for example, wood that is more or less porous, more or less elastic and resistant. At any rate, it is a question of surrendering to the wood then following where it leads by connecting operations to a materiality instead of imposing a form on a matter. So we all know if you want to set fire, there are certain types of wood that are so dense that it takes hours and hours to get them burning. Other woods are more elastic and porous, so there are all kinds of qualities in wood. And Deleuze and Guattari say you must surrender to the wood and follow where the wood leads to by connecting operations to a materiality. That means discovering the underlying singularities or processes which form wood itself without presupposing a form upon a matter. So no transcendence, woods here, they're not formed by, everything is immanent to wood itself, and within that immanence on a virtual plane there are forces which interact and individuate and create the wood as is, and every block of wood will be entirely unique unto itself. Very important point here. Nor should we assume that the singularities of a thing are fixed. Singularities can change, as in the case of land that is over-farmed by one crop, becoming barren for that crop or taking on capacities to support other crops. Singularities mutate and change as a result of the events that take place with respect to them. Previous singularities appear, others disappear, and often the entity is destroyed altogether as a result of operations that were too much for it. This is the basic idea behind the concepts of local manifestation, virtual proper being, and regimes of attraction. Virtual proper being is the domain of singularities populating a thing. Local manifestation is the actualized properties of a thing, such as the particular properties of a tree. Regimes of attraction are the field of forces within which a thing actualizes itself, giving it unique and specific qualities. And the last part on singularities here, we have Deleuze and Guattari's point is that matter, things, are already populated by singularities. This energetic dimension of matter that contributes to what thing will be in a play of forces. As the wood chopper brings his axe down upon the wood, it is not simply the will of the woman, so our wood chopper is a woman here, that gives form to the firewood. Rather, the singularities that populate the wood contribute just as much to the shape of the firewood as the axe and the action of the woman. What we have here is a play of forces between the woman, the axe, and the wood that precipitate the firewood. We don't have a smooth imposition of form on passive and formless matter of wood. The singularities that populate the wood contribute something as well, but we can only discern what they contribute after the fact. And, of course, the woman and the axe assemblage have their own singularities as well. So everyone is not going to chop wood in the same way. There are both physical and mental differences between wood choppers, whichever gender and in whatever mental condition they may be in while they're chopping wood. It's likely that there were literary critics to turn their attention to firewood. They would discover that there's a style of firewood that differs from body axe assemblage to body axe assemblage as a result of the singularities pregnant in the person doing the chopping. So if I go drink a bottle of gin and chop wood, I guarantee you that the results would be very different than if I drank a glass of orange juice and went out and chopped firewood. So is by case to case, and no two pieces of chopped firewood are equal. So you are not imposing your will and creating a form. You do have a goal. You want a certain form of firewood, but when you whack that with your axe, that thing is going to split according to its internal latencies, its internal potentials, the singularities that exist in that dead piece of wood. It's going to chop according to the individuation of the forces that created it, because that dead piece of wood is just a shell, and it was individuated as a living tree, and probably in its death it underwent a final phase of individuation and became what it is. So for firewood choppers, beware. There's always something to learn from the wood you're chopping. So we could go on here, and there's a little bit of stuff on topology and geography, but this singularity issue was just a detour I wanted to point out. But I think it is useful, and before we move on, I'm just going to try and do a simple sketch to see if we can just kind of make a general diagram. I repeat, this is just a two-dimensional representation. So what we know so far is that we have a plane, and I'm going to be very strictly Spinozist on this, in the sense that I want to maintain a sense of parallelism here, even if Deleuze, in my opinion, does develop and contribute to the concept of parallelism in Spinoza in interesting ways, but we can get to that another time. So this is going to, our plane here is going to be the virtual. This plane is going to be the actual. Now we know, and this is actually going to be a tough point here, in the actual we will find, and I'll use this magenta and just use silly little dots. These are what we would call actualized individuals. We'll just call them individuals. Oh, good job. Individuals, which are actualizations of singularities. And we can also state that on the virtual plane, we will have, let's do another color. I'm not actually so sure about this diagram. If someone wants to write me and say that this is total crap, I'm probably going to be on your side, but I'm just going to throw it down, and maybe we can revise it later. But on the virtual, we have in green, we are going to have virtual singularities. No. So these are actual individuals, can also be understood as actual, I should have changed colors, whatever, fuck it. Actual multiplicities. Then over here, we're going to have virtual multiplicities, which are obviously in a state of becoming. These virtual multiplicities amongst themselves can join and create forces that will individuate matter and actualize matter into an individualized or an individual piece of matter, a rock, a tree, a Lamborghini, whatever. And so obviously we do have these two planes, which are in communication with each other, and we can just give an idea. What were we doing? We were doing wood, and then we can say that this is density, elasticity, spelled wrong, humidity, for example. And these are obviously, let's get another color here. Let's go with some red. In constant states, in constant flux or becoming. So this stuff is, in constant movement, in a constant state of creation. And so therefore these forces under certain conditions interact with matter and individuate. This is the process of individuation. And then we come to our actual individual or the ordinary. So I see a block of wood, and that was also part of the point on why, the concept is always a risk and being subsumed by chaos and the ordinary as well. So it's just a block of wood. Not just a block of wood, I don't care. I have a heating stove. I use pellets. They're industrial, and they're all like in a perfect oval shape, even though each pellet, even if industrial produced, will probably be unique to the other pellet, even if the form is identical, but on the interior, they will all be different compositions, depending on the singularities in like that mix of wood chip and, whatever they do to make pellets for pellet-based heating ovens, etc., etc. So that's kind of, we have to think of this parallelism between the virtual and an actual, and how singularities are within the realm of the virtual, or what we call the singular, but are acting as a multiplicity or in parallel with the actual, even if it's not visible. So I think at this point we should have a good general idea of that. And I'm just going to add, before we move on here, what we've looked at from the planes of immanence and the issue of concepts. We will have a plane of immanence of thought. We will have a plane of immanence. No, we will have a plane of composition. Hang on, we'll go to the plane of reference, which is science. I will call it now art. I will call it the plane of composition, but that is, I don't think that's correct. But this is, let's say, the more epistemological part of things over here. And this is the thinker, the artist, and the scientist. Hello, scientist. Hello, artist. Hello, thinker. I'll give you a thinking cap. And this is essentially, we can all call them all, just to give them one word, even though they're different planes of reference to the actual virtual multiplicity, or I would call it parallel, which is essentially the unconditioned. Unconditioned, or what Deleuze and Guattari would say is the big molecule, meaning our beloved planet Earth, and obviously beyond. So we're going to stop with singularities right here. Okay, so actually re-recording here, we had a few problems with the last clip, let's say, on this podcast, but we're moving along, and I believe we've covered this very simple, we will call it a diagram in the Peircean sense, in which it is very static. However, we are referring to forces, and now that I have the opportunity to redo this, I will just add with my green color that there are, of course, all kinds of forces taking on inside the components or the elements of the concept in itself. And what specifically interests me here is the last two sentences. The concept is a whole which... No, the concept is a whole because it totalizes its components, but it is a fragmentary whole. So that should be pretty clear after the diagram we set down here. However, we'll have to move here at the same time. Only on this condition can it escape the mental chaos constantly threatening it, stalking it, and trying to reabsorb it. So it is the fragmentary nature of the concept in itself, which allows it to escape the constant mental chaos, which is always threatening it and stalking it and trying to reabsorb it. So at this point, I looked around a little bit, and I did. There's very little information on these parts of what is philosophy, but I did come across a paper just by chance, and I think I have it up here on the lower right-hand corner. And this is a paper from 2012, which was published in Parallax. And the author was Daniel W. Smith from Purdue University. So thank you very much, Daniel. This seems to me to be a very well thought through paper. And the title is On the Nature of Concepts. But as we see in the introduction, what interests me much more, the publicity, is the becoming of concepts. So it's, according to Deleuze and Guattari, it's the becoming, the fact that concepts are constantly in flux, constantly changing, and they're in flux on the interior. They are in flux from the exterior, and they are fragmentary. So the exterior can always enter, the outside can enter into the inside, and vice versa, which keeps the concept alive and avoids the risk that the concept will fall as a victim to mental chaos, which is always threatening it, stalking it, and trying to reabsorb it. So on one hand, that seems like kind of an obvious statement, because if you have a completely closed concept, if I redraw this diagram here where all the walls are closed, obviously that would lead to mental chaos, because concepts evolve over time, and if you accept the fact that is sensible, the unconditioned is about creation, obviously if you have a closed concept, that will lose its validity without being able to follow or mimic or whatever the unconditioned. And therefore, if these walls were completely closed, the concept would just lose its validity and not be applicable anymore, and it would be overcome by chaos. But at the same time, and that is I wanted to cite a part of this paper in the beginning, is to also look at the concept does indeed have other risks. And while on this diagram, I've written that the externality, the outside of the concept, is pure chaos. However, there are other factors outside of the concept which can threaten the concept itself. So I'm going to jump to one paragraph, not the first paragraph of this article, on the nature of the concept, and I hope we get specifically into the becoming of the concept. But I'm going to just put up a part which I found very relevant. And right now I'm going to ask one of our, we will call them conceptual guests, obviously powered by artificial intelligence, to read the first paragraph, because they are much better and much more eloquent than I am. So I will now introduce you to Hashirama Senju, who is a legendary ninja in Demon Slayer and was the first ninja to obtain the level of the Shadow of Fire. So I'm going to leave right now the stage to Hashirama, and he's going to read this piece from Smith's article, which will be very relevant to what we're discussing, and specifically the fact that the concept is always at risk of being reabsorbed by chaos. So, without further time wasted, I will leave the stage to Hashirama.
But this is why Deleuze says the distinction between the singular and the ordinary is much more important in philosophy than the distinction between the true and the false, since the distinction between the ordinary, what belongs to the rule, and the singular, what escapes the rule, is not always an easy distinction to make. If being produces the singular under conditions that constantly reduce it to the regular or the ordinary, then the task of creation amounts to, on the one hand, a constant and ever-renewed struggle against the reign of clichés and the domain of stupidity, in order to, on the other hand, extract singularities from the thought, flow, and make them function together. Like each of us, the philosopher or the artist or the mathematician begins with the multiplicities that have invented him or her as a formed subject, living in an actualized world, with an organic body in a given political order, having learned a certain language. But at its highest point, both writing and thinking as activities consist in following the abstract movement of what Deleuze calls a line of flight that extracts variable singularities from these multiplicities of lived experience, because they are already there, even if they have been rendered ordinary, and then makes them function as variables on an immanent plane of composition. The task of the thinker, or the artist, or the scientist is to establish non-pre-existent relations between these variables in order to make them function together in a singular and non-homogeneous whole, and thus to participate in the construction of new possibilities of life. But this is why Deleuze says the distinction.
Okay, so thank you very much, Hashirama. I definitely could have not said that any better. And so we're going to follow that up and then just analyze that text a little bit. And we will have on our lower left-hand part of the screen a diagram just trying to conceptually try and figure this thing out. On the left-hand side, we're going to have thought, and on the right-hand side, we're going to have extension. And those are Spinozist terms, but you can, extension for Deleuze will become the actual, obviously, and thought will be the virtual. So according to the author of this article, Deleuze says the distinction between the singular and the ordinary is much more important in philosophy than the distinction between the true and the false, since the distinction between the ordinary, what belongs to the rule, and the singular, what escapes the rule, is not always an easy distinction to make. So in order to understand this further, we'll keep going. If being produces the singular under conditions that constantly reduce it to the regular or the ordinary, then the task of creation amounts to, on one hand, a constant and ever renewed struggle against the reign of cliches and the domain of stupidity. And obviously, stupidity for Deleuze is very, very different from the idiot. Stupidity are... trying to think of a nice way of saying it, but let's say those are kind of enemies of the concept without getting into any kind of strong language or whatever. So in order to, on the other hand, extract singularities from the thought flow and make them function together. So what Deleuze and Guattari are saying here is that you have the virtual, which can be thought, and we can consider that the singular on one hand, and then we have the actual, virtual actual, the actual, which is the ordinary. So what's happening here is that once, let's say, if being produces the singular under conditions that constantly reduce it to the regular, so we're talking about philosophers inventing concepts which are so-called universal concepts, which are constantly reduced to the regular, the actual, ordinary, the unconditioned, or like, let's just say ordinary life. Why not? The task of creation divides, and on one hand, you would have a constant and ever renewed struggle against the reign of cliches and the domain of stupidity. So once you posit a universal concept which you presuppose is for everyone and orders the ordinary, the unconditioned, our everyday lives, at that point, your concept is just a rule. And that's why I put this red line here, which is blocking out, as I wrote here, any possibility of creation. So for an empiricist, or a true empiricist, or a pure empiricist, in unconditioned, and I do believe this is the case with Deleuze, the unconditioned, the sensible, the universe, the cosmos, the noosphere, everything is immanent only to itself, and therefore it is pure substance, immanent only to itself, and this includes the nodes within it, meaning us and all beings. And that is inherently a process of difference and creation. So that whole big sensible mess out there is a process which inherently is creative. It produces the new. New stars are produced. New planets are produced. Over the biological evolution of humanity, dinosaurs were produced. Dinosaurs became extinct. New beings, new creatures were produced. They survived depending on if they had the capability to survive under the actual existing conditions of the planet in that particular moment in the history of the planet. But they're saying the unconditioned, the cosmos, is pure production. It's just throwing out, producing, creation, the new. Some things which are new may not survive. Other things which are produced may survive, and that is determined by precise conditions in any given moment in time. So, once a philosopher posits something as a concept is absolutely universal, where all the walls are closed on the concept and it's not open to any kind of evolution or any kind of flux or any kind of change, there's the risk, I wouldn't say that chaos comes in, but just chaos completely overrides it and takes it over because it is no longer relevant. Parts of components from Descartes were picked up by Kant, And, Kant was very interested in the cogito, but as a concept, he extracted certain concepts and said, he had the conditioned, the condition and the conditioning. And he famously said that Descartes, was not fully aware of this. And obviously Kant has his concept of the transcendental, which Descartes did not have, but he still picks up pieces from Descartes of the cogito and then fully develops that into his own unique concept. And it is still fragmentary because that will be picked up from Kant to other philosophers, eventually also Deleuze. And the idea is essentially that if a concept is going to be universal, then you all have to constantly be struggling against the reign of cliches and the domain of stupidity in order to defend the validity of that concept. So in 2023, if I'm a Cartesian, if I really truly believe in René Descartes, okay, it can happen. I would need to smoke a lot of stuff, but I can go out there and say that I'm a Cartesian, René Descartes. But that if I'm going to defend cogito ergo sum, I think there I am as the real true basis of meaning. And if I do have the same pre-philosophical suppositions of René Descartes, okay, but I'm going to have to go into constant war with all kinds of people in order to sustain that and uphold it, because that concept has evolved over time. And if I'm going to accept that as my absolute truth, and we looked at that with the history of the church, that imposed this enormous ice age on thought through all kinds of methods of violence, essentially, for hundreds and hundreds of years, centuries and centuries, in order to maintain the truth as given by the teacher, the ecclesiastical authority. Okay, so a lot of people today will probably maintain a lot of that, but they're going to have to struggle against all kinds of forces and powers and chaos in order to still uphold the universality of that concept. So on the other hand, Deleuze is saying basically the correct thing to do, or the right thing to do, is extract singularities from the thought flow and make them function together. So once again, in the thought flow, in singularities, I believe, can also be extracted from the actual. It's not, obviously, that would be, we'll get into this right now, it's not, if we go back to Spinoza's parallelism, it's not just the property of thought. Singularities also obviously involve extension, but if we are constantly extracting singularities from thought and recomposing concepts, or making new concepts, or modifying concepts, breaking apart concepts, reinventing concepts, that is a creative act. And a creative act is, according to Deleuze and Guattari, that is difference, which is a condition of the unconditioned. The unconditioned creates newness. Tomorrow will not be the same as today. The day after tomorrow will not be the same as today. New things will happen tomorrow. Today will not repeat itself until the end of time. No, that is novelty. That is creation. Henri Bergson. Time is creation, or it is nothing at all. So I hope that point is clear. Going on, like each of us, the philosopher or the artist or the mathematician, begins with the multiplicities that have invented him or her, as a form subject. So we've looked into that. We are not an I. Sorry, René Descartes. We are multiple, and we are kind of a shell or a product of the becomings we are constantly passing through in each instant of time, and we are always susceptible to novelty, to creation, and to difference. So we these multiplicities have created us as a form subject. And just repeating, Deleuze here does insist that the nodes, and we can say we are nodes, entities are nodes, being are nodes, are part of substance. That's the famous part of the nodes around substance. So we are constantly evolving, we are constantly new, we are constantly all in our own acts of creation and difference with each instant that passes. But we are living in an actualized world, so we live in the actual world with an organic body. We have an organic body in a given political order, having learned a certain language. But at its highest point, both writing and thinking as activities consist in following the abstract movement of what Deleuze calls a line of flight that extracts variable singularities from these multiplicities of lived experience. So I'm just going to cram this in here because we will be getting on to Bergson. We are talking about actual multiplicities, and we will also have virtual multiplicities. Let's get back to black if we can. And so we, as living, breathing human beings, following Spinoza and implicitly Deleuze, we have two modes of expression amongst an obvious infinity of modes, which up until this point we are capable of understanding through thought and extension. But we obviously are beings in the actual world. And in the actual world, multiplicities are not at all unique to thought and the virtual world. But actual multiplicities exist in extension, a Bergsonian term, in the material world. So here, there's an issue of philosophy extracting also actual singularities which come from actual multiplicities in the material world from extension, and they therefore would be brought into thought, and those singularities go into the plane of immanence on thought, but they are extracted from the actual world. So because they are already there, even if they have been rendered ordinary, and then makes them function as variables on an immanent plane of composition. So, technically speaking, I think the plane of composition refers to art and artists, so that might be an error on the part of the author here, I think. The plane of philosophy is the plane of thought, which is the plane of immanence. The plane for art is the plane of composition, and for science it is the plane of reference. But the plane of consistency should be analogous to the plane of immanence, so that belongs to thought. And but it's not a big detail. It's not important to explain. The task of the thinker or the artist or the scientist is to establish non-pre-existent relations between these variables in order to make them function together in a singular and non-homogeneous whole, and thus to participate in the construction of new possibilities of life. So the important point here is to understand from Deleuze and Guattari's point of view, the concept is always under attack, and in a very dumb, simplistic way, it's under attack by, where do we see that? By cliches, stupidity, stupid people who... nowadays on YouTube you can find the infinity of them who are deriving ontology from science and making all kinds of dumb claims. That's just straight out stupidity. Cliches, as we all know, is just stuff that's been repeated ad infinitum, and so the concept is always under the risk of attacks by these factors, also obviously by marketing. And Deleuze was very, very sensible and knew very well that in the mid 1990s, marketing in the sense of like monetizing everything was a force that was growing in cinema and thought and art, etc. And I think almost 25, close to 30 years later, I think we can affirm, looking at the state of contemporary cinema, art, music, for example, Deleuze was perfectly correct on that. But at the same time, and those are the more obvious risks that the concept has to confront as an autonomous organism, as we defined it before. However, at the same time, the real point, what Deleuze is saying, is that if a concept is fixed, that is the real risk that the concept will be overcome by mental chaos. So it's in Deleuze and Guattari's opinion, it's the malleability, it's the flux of the concept, and the fact that it is constantly in a state of becoming and constantly changing over time, that guarantees its vitality, that guarantees its health, and guarantees that the concept always includes difference, and the concept always includes creation, which is what the unconditioned essentially is, according to Deleuze and Guattari. And once again, I'll just close this part off here. As Henri Bergson said, time is creation, or time is nothing at all. Time is not repetition. Time is not the same. Time, every instant that passes in a qualitative sense, is creation, or it is nothing at all. So if the concept is fixed, it will be overcome by chaos. If I take a 17th century English warship made out of wood and a galleon with a crew of 50 people and cannons, and I take it out into the ocean in 2023 and confront a Russian nuclear attack submarine, how long am I going to last? No? So that's the evolution of ships, of warfare. And it's the same with concepts. No, you can't go on and take on the latest Russian submarines with all their technology, with like 10 cannons and 50 willing and happy sailors. You are going to get smoked in like a thermonuclear blast. in like 2 seconds. So it's the same thing with and chaos will overcome you because you're going to be blown to a million pieces and you're going to go back and just rejoin. Chaos is, an infinite set of particles, which was your body and your boat, and this body, as Spinoza would say, which was the whole boat. But you're going to be blown to pieces and you're going to go back to chaos. So same thing with concepts, no? They evolve, or they are going to be obsolete, and they're going to be just overrun with chaos, because chaos is the new. The unconditioned produces the new. Create a concept, block it, say it's universal and it's valid for all of time. It transcends everything, and everything has to follow that concept. What you're doing is creating something that, if it does not evolve, if it does not create, or by itself, or with other philosophers, it will be overrun by the forces of chaos, because it will simply no longer be valid. So the universe is going ahead, it's expanding, it's growing. There are new stars, there are black holes, and we're discovering all kinds of stuff every day. So, we don't even have a minimum of this vast, immense creative power, which is the universe, the cosmos. So, either concepts created by philosophers follow, or attempt to follow, they become, and they become with the empirical unconditioned, they will become obsolete or run over by chaos altogether. Okay, so my apologies there. I probably got a little bit heated up. Probably had one tequila shot too much. But I'm kind of a huge fan of Bergson and Deleuze's, and I just, that's not for everybody, obviously. It may be for very few people, but this idea of the empirical world and creation is something that is something I've always believed in very, very deeply. So, looking back, before we go on, there was one point in the last part that I did want to clarify, and I think it's important. Specifically, I'm going to go back now to the text I wrote to you, which is this excellent article on the becoming of the concept, which we've only scratched the surface of. However, there is a point we spoke about before, but at its highest point, both writing and thinking as activities consist in following the abstract movement of what Deleuze calls a line of flight. That extracts variable singularities from these multiplicities of lived experience, because they are already there, even if they have been rendered ordinary. So, a little time has passed since the last part, and then that kind of burned inside of me, because I think that can be a confusing point, and I'll explain to you why. And also a good example with Deleuze and Guattari, we always have to be careful of falling into traps, which so many scholars fall into. And we always have to keep in mind that Deleuze is an extremely rigorous philosopher. Spinoza, for him, is the Christ of philosophy. Why? Because Spinoza was in a battle to erase transcendence at all costs, and then completely eradicate transcendence from thought. So when we we say, for example, as was stated in this article, because they are already there, meaning the singularities are already there in the ordinary. And what the problem there, and this is an error a lot of scholars have made, and it's a pretty simple one to make, is that when you look at this, we are going to go back into the virtual and the actual, and what Deleuze is calling a singularity, and the author is stating that the philosopher, the artist, the scientist, to certain degrees, in certain ways, each in his own individual way, each according to his own plane of immanence, extracts singularities from the ordinary, which means from the actual, and what that means is matter. No? So the big risk here, let's change our colors to a nice, no, red, scary, magenta. So I'm just going to say matter. Oh, I'm just going to draw a circle and call this a singularity. I'll put an S in here, and this is inside matter. This rectangle is going to be matter. And when the author says they are already there, meaning that in the sensible world, these singularities are already there, and they have to be found in the ordinary, even if they've been rendered ordinary and extracted, and therefore extracted on to the virtual plane. So a big risk here would be to say this, and a lot of people have made this critique, and once again I repeat, Deleuze is extremely careful to avoid any kind of temptation or risk of falling into, let's call it, the trap of transcendence. So the issue is, when you say singularities are already there, they are just there, they're out there in the sensible field, there's a risk. I'll just draw a line here, so we'll close that off to say, well, isn't Deleuze essentially doing what Plato did? So with our dear Plato, we have ideas which are unique to all, let's just, for the sake of speech right now, say objects, all things in the world. All things have an idea, and those ideas are already there and eternal, and therefore transcendent to the actual. And the temptation is to say, when you are saying, and I believe the author is partially right here, singularities are already out there in the unconditioned, in the sensible field, in matter, basically. So Deleuze and Guattari are saying that the singularities are out there, and they need to be, I think this is called counter-actualization, which means that they have to be extracted from the actual and the ordinary, and kind of partially restore, but a better word is to put back into movement, put back into the plane of immanence, the plane of composition. Those are things which are extracted from matter, and this involves all three of the forms of expression and what is philosophy, meaning philosophy, art, and science. And each of these three different fields will have their own particular ways and limits of how they extract singularities from from the actual, from the virtual. So from here, we're going to get on very quickly to the concept of actual multiplicities. And just to give a quick answer, as I repeated, Deleuze is very, very, very careful, and this is very delicate issue, not to be misunderstood, is that yes, singularities are out there in the actual. They have been rendered ordinary, but they can be recaptured. But right now we're going to take a look into the nature of singularities, because they are not intended to be in any way whatsoever equivalent of a transcendent idea of Plato, because singularities for Plato, first of all, an idea is a perfect form in a transcendent plane, world, etc. A singularity is a set of forces which perform acts of individuation, creating individual things, and they exist partially on the virtual plane, but they also are manifested on the actual plane or in matter. So before I go on, I'll just use this simple example. We will get on to another example, because I know I've repeated this like 20,000 times. When we have a storm, no, we perceive and see in the actual, in the sensible field, thunder, lightning, sounds, water, winds, pressure drops, etc., etc., etc. That is all things we perceive in the actual, in the material world, things occurring in matter. However, those can be considered a storm, obviously as a multiplicity, but as the result of a process of individuation through singularities. And as we said before, a singularity, and we'll look into this now in greater detail, just in a very quick and abstract sense, a singularity will be obviously multiple. So if you have your pressure, air pressure here, which is very high, your air pressure here, which is very low, and they meet and they move in extension and become close, and given the correct conditions, you have another singularity of air humidity or saturation of clouds by the water. These are all, according to Deleuze, abstract or virtual singularities, which, given certain conditions, because they're always in movement and they're always in a state of flux, given the correct conditions, will go into a process of individuation between these singularities, and they will individuate and create a thunderstorm. No? So that's one dynamic example. But also, just very quickly, when we're saying that these singularities are already there, like think, for example, of I don't know, 10 billion years ago on Earth, when everything was volcanoes and then lava and then just explosions and fire everywhere. There were a set of singularities unique to that particular period in the history of the Earth before humans were around. And those singularities were relative to the conditions of the Earth in that particular time. So the Earth heats up, it cools down. Deleuze and Guattari have famously said that, mankind is only here for a little bit on the planet, only because the temperature rose, and things got warmer, and that gave a new set of singularities which permitted for let's say new life forms, first dinosaurs, then extinction, and then so the singularities, if you Like we used the example of a rock drill. If we go into a mountain and we drill down far enough, kilometers and kilometers, and you take a rock sample and you look at the strata, in the rock, and you go back to I don't know many millions of years ago, within that rock, which is produced by, for example, lava in that particular period, with its own set of singularities, which are always in a state of becoming, and they're always relative to the historical epoch in which they are. So obviously Earth will have its set of singularities, and we have rainstorms. If you go to Neptune, there will be a set of singularities which are completely different. Like you literally have like nitrogen acid rainstorms at like such low pressure levels that you can't even drop a satellite on the planet because it'll explode in like 20 seconds. So singularities are not external, fixed, transcendent entities for Deleuze and Guattari. They are virtual sets of forces which are not perceptible in the actual world, but they are the cause of individuation, of creating what we would call an object or an entity. And we'll look right now into this very good example with an old but very good paper. And hopefully we'll get over this analogy I'm always using of the thunderstorm, so we can get on to something new here. Okay, so at this point we're gonna taking a quicker look, just very quickly, into the idea of singularities, which I think is important because we get into the actual and the virtual. And what I'm going to do right now, in order to make things less boring, is I am going to invite another special guest who's going to read us the first paragraph off of this article, which comes from a website called Larval Subjects, which I haven't looked into in years and years and years. However, I do think it is a very, very valuable website. I presume this article is at least a decade old. I'll look into that, and I'll put the link up, and definitely recommend Larval Subjects as a reliable source if you're interested in Deleuze and Guattari. So what our question here is very simple. What are singularities? So we talked about the singular, the virtual, and the actual, the unconditioned matter. And singularities are entities which have a foot in both worlds, in the sense of the transcendental, obviously not the transcendent. And our guest is none other than my favorite demon slayer of them all. I do not know how many tattoos I have of her, but I'm going to introduce you to Shinobu Kocho, who is one of the best and coolest demon slayers around, and she's going to read us the first paragraph of this text.
It is a key one within his ontology, every bit as important as concepts such as multiplicity and virtuality. In ontology, singularities are part of what constitute the virtual proper being of things, their unique being, their haexiety or thisness. Yet the concept of singularity is extremely elusive. The singularities that populate a thing are something that can be alluded to without it being possible to represent them. Deleuze is careful to distinguish singularities from individuals. As he repeatedly states throughout difference and repetition, individuation is not the individual. Individuation refers to those processes by which an individual is produced. Singularities are central actors in that process of individuation. They are not something outside of things, they are strictly immanent in things, but neither are they the qualities, such as color, texture, taste, etc., or shape of things. Rather, they are that within a thing that will generate qualities and shape when a thing enters into a particular field of forces. Other fields of forces would lead to the genesis of other qualities and shapes.
Perfect. Thank you. We appreciate it, Shinobu, and I believe we will meet again. Very eloquently done and put, as always. I will add far, far, far better than I can do. Okay, so we are going to take a quick look into that. Our AI-powered OBSBOT camera seems to have gone rogue, and it's just autonomously zooming in and out and doing whatever. So we'll be patient with him or her. And what we saw here, talking about singularities, are a part of what constitute the virtual proper beings of things and their uniqueness. Singularities, the populated thing, are something that can be alluded to without it being possible to represent them. So, in theory, they are beyond representation and things that are beyond our perception. And Deleuze is careful to distinguish singularities from individuals. Individuation is not the individual, so we can roughly define a singularity as a multiplicity or set of forces which carries out the process of individuation and therefore forms an individual thing, entity, or object. So once again, as stated before, they are not something outside of things, as would be the case with the ideas, Platonic ideals or ideas. They are strictly immanent in things within matter itself, but neither are they qualities such as color, texture, taste, etc., or the shape of things. And that is, all of those qualities, understood in this sense, are the shell or the end result of the individuation process. Rather, singularities that are within a thing will generate qualities and shape when a thing enters into a particular field of forces. Other forces would lead to the genesis of other qualities and shapes. And okay, here we get into a concrete example. In the logic of sense, Deleuze gives us some provocative examples of singularities. He writes that singularities are turning points and points of inflection, bottlenecks, knots, foyers, and centers, points of fusion and condensation and boiling, points of tears and joy, sickness and health, hope and anxiety, sensitive points. From these examples, we get the sense that singularities are points of tension and potentiality within matter or a thing that are absolutely unique to that thing, as in the case of wood to the right above. And that we're referring to this picture here. You can see probably very small, that is a knot in a piece of wood. The wood, the grain of the wood, its wetness and density, etc. So all types of trees and woods will have their own unique sets of singularity. However, those singularities, I believe, could be subgrouped into singularities which are unique to all of wood, and then singularities which are unique to certain kinds of wood. And these singularities obviously form into multiplicities, which then go on to individuate unique wood or tree. So every piece of wood or tree would in itself be unique and therefore contain immanently within it its own sets of singularities. And then we have living trees, and we have wood, which are dead trees, and So the singularity is our new example here. I'm going to try and draw. Let's see if I'm capable and can find a good color. We'll just go with gray. We are going to have a piece of wood here with rings, I assume. And this is, we've sawed that off here, and this is our block of wood. So we would have turning points, points of inflection, bottlenecks, knots, foils, and centers, points of fusion and condensation. So concretely, in a piece of wood, in the actual world, we will have wetness. Once again, they're not to be represented, and wetness and forces of density. So my wood is going to be denser over here. And then we might have a singularity here, which determines a knot. So the wood grain will swirl around and we have a knot. And then this part of the tree is going to be less dense, and this part of the tree will, be wetter, also partially because we have outside forces and singularities and so on and so forth. So going on, but already this example and photograph risk betraying everything that is important about the concept of singularity. One will say, the singularity is the knot. The singularity is the grain of the wood. The singularities are qualities after all. But that's not at all it. Really, we can only understand the concept of singularity if we think in terms of a play of forces or encounters between things. The singularities are themselves never present in a quality. Rather, they can only be inferred in and through engagement with materials. You can't discern singularities simply by looking at things. No, you have to interact with things to get a sense of what singularities are. In 1,000 Plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari gave an illuminating example. So we will now look into the example, but once again, when you see a knot in the wood, you have a gorgeous piece of wood you found on the beach. Okay, so it was alive and it actually didn't get chopped down by evil humans. And you have a piece of driftwood, and then here you just have this beautiful knot right here. Okay, so that knot itself is not a singularity. That is an individual thing, an object, which was produced as the result of a particular singularity. And I need to change colors here. We'll do singularities as red. Maybe of a singularity which, for whatever reason, we're not technicians, wood technicians, which can cause a knot in the wood, but this singularity would also be in contact in this zone with other singularities, maybe of density. Maybe this area of the wood has its own singularity, which for whatever reason is less dense and therefore a knot can form. Maybe there are specific singularities within this piece of driftwood which cause the grain to be more malleable, for example, at a certain point. So these red buggers here, we can say they are singularities but not qualities. The knot itself is not a singularity. The knot is a result of an interaction and a play of forces, or a multiplicity of forces, which is a singularity. Therefore, a knot, a bottleneck, a foil, a center, a point of fusion, a point of condensation, boiling points, water becomes steam at this temperature. That is a singularity. You cannot see that. When you boil water, you don't see a pop-up window which says, once water heated sufficiently to a certain degree begins to become gaseous, and once it is brought down to a certain temperature becomes ice. Those points at which water transforms are singularities, and they are not visible. And the qualities of the water itself do not allow us alone by just perceiving at it, looking at it, to understand what the singularity is. So when I see my boiling water and steam coming off of it, I see steam, but I do not see the singularity, which is obviously in constant state of flux, producing steam from the water, and the same goes as towards ice. So I think that is all pretty clear. Okay, at this point we're going to read that text from, this is Plateau, I believe, regarding singularities, and we're going to invite our good friend Shinobu back and just have her read this brief piece right here.
On the one hand, to the formed or formable matter we must add an entire energetic materiality in movement, carrying singularities, or haxieties that are already like implicit forms that are topological, rather than geometrical, and that combine with processes of deformation. For example, the variable undulations and torsions of the fibers guiding the operation of splitting wood. On the other hand, to the essential properties of matter deriving from the formal essence we must add variable intensive affects, now resulting from the operation, now on the contrary making possible, for example, wood that is more or less porous, more or less elastic and resistant. At any rate, it is a question of surrendering to the wood, then following where it leads by connecting operations to a materiality, instead of imposing a form upon a matter.
Thank you once again, Shinobu. So, talking about wood, let's get into this example right here on from Shinobu. On the one hand, to the formed or formable matter, we must add an entire energetic materiality in movement, carrying singularities or haxieties that are already like implicit forms that are topological rather than geometrical, and that combined with processes of deformation. For example, the variable undulations and torsions of the fibers guiding the operation of splitting wood. On the other hand, to the essential properties of matter deriving from the formal essence, we must add variable intensive affects, now resulting from the operation, now on the contrary making possible. For example, wood that is more or less porous, more or less elastic and resistant. At any rate, it is a question of surrendering to the wood, then following where it leads by connecting operations to a materiality, instead of imposing a form on a matter. So we all know, if you want to set fire, there are certain types of wood that are so dense that it takes hours and hours to get them burning. Other woods are more elastic and porous. So there are all kinds of qualities in wood. And Deleuze and Guattari say you must surrender to the wood and follow where the wood leads to by connecting operations to a materiality. That means discovering the underlying singularities or processes which form wood itself without presupposing a form upon a matter. So no transcendent woods here, they're not formed by, everything is immanent to wood itself, and within that immanence on a virtual plane there are forces which interact and individuate and create the wood as is, and every block of wood will be entirely unique unto itself. Very important point here. Nor should we assume that the singularities of a thing are fixed. Singularities can change, as in the case of land that is over-farmed by one crop, becoming barren for that crop or taking on capacities to support other crops. Singularities mutate and change as a result of the events that take place with respect to them. Previous singularities appear, others disappear, and often the entity is destroyed altogether as a result of operations that were too much for it. This is the basic idea behind the concepts of local manifestation, virtual proper being, and regimes of attraction. Virtual proper being is the domain of singularities populating a thing. Local manifestation is the actualized properties of a thing, such as the particular properties of a tree. Regimes of attraction are the field of forces within which a thing actualizes itself, giving it unique and specific qualities. And the last part on singularities here, we have Deleuze and Guattari's point is that matter, things, are already populated by singularities. This energetic dimension of matter that contributes to what thing will be in a play of forces. As the wood chopper brings his axe down upon the wood, it is not simply the will of the woman, so a wood chopper is a woman here, that gives form to the firewood. Rather, the singularities that populate the wood contribute just as much to the shape of the firewood as the axe and the action of the woman. What we have here is a play of forces between the woman, the axe, and the wood that precipitate the firewood. We don't have a smooth imposition of form on passive and formless matter of wood. The singularities that populate the wood contribute something as well, but we can only discern what they contribute after the fact. And, of course, the woman and the axe assemblage have their own singularities as well. So everyone is not going to chop wood in the same way. There are both physical and mental differences between wood choppers, whichever gender and in whatever mental condition they may be in while they're chopping wood. It's likely that there were literary critics to turn their attention to firewood. They would discover that there's a style of firewood that differs from body axe assemblage to body axe assemblage as a result of the singularities pregnant in the person doing the chopping. So if I go drink a bottle of gin and chop wood, I guarantee you that the results would be very different than if I drank a glass of orange juice and went out and chopped firewood. So it is by case to case, and no two pieces of chopped firewood are equal. So you are not imposing your will and creating a form. You do have a goal. You want a certain form of firewood, but when you whack that with your axe, that thing is going to split according to its internal latencies, its internal potentials, the singularities that exist in that dead piece of wood. It's going to chop according to the individuation of the forces that created it, because that piece of wood is just a shell, and it was individuated as a living tree, and probably in its death it underwent a final phase of individuation and became what it is. So for firewood choppers, beware. There's always something to learn from the wood you're chopping. So we could go on here, and there's a little bit of stuff on topology and geography, but this singularity issue was just a detour I wanted to point out. But I think it is useful, and before we move on, I'm just going to try and do a simple sketch to see if we can just kind of make a general diagram. I repeat, this is just a two-dimensional representation. So what we know so far is that we have a plane, and I'm going to be very, very strictly Spinozist on this, in the sense that I want to maintain a sense of parallelism here, even if Deleuze, in my opinion, does develop and contribute to the concept of parallelism in Spinoza in interesting ways, but we can get to that another time. So this is going to, our plane here is going to be the virtual. This plane is going to be the actual. Now we know, and this is actually going to be a tough point here, in the actual we will find, and I'll use this magenta and just use silly little dots. These are what we would call actualized individuals. We'll just call them individuals. Oh, good job. Individuals, which are actualizations of singularities. And we can also state that on the virtual plane, we will have, let's do another color. I'm not actually so sure about this diagram. If someone wants to write me and say that this is total crap, I'm probably going to be on your side, but I'm just going to throw it down, and maybe we can revise it later. But on the virtual, we have, in green, we're going to have virtual singularities. No. So these are actual individuals, can also be understood as actual, I should have changed colors, whatever, fuck it. Actual multiplicities. Then over here, we're going to have virtual multiplicities, which are obviously in a state of becoming. These virtual multiplicities amongst themselves can join and create forces that will individuate matter and actualize matter into an individualized or an individual piece of matter, a rock, a tree, a Lamborghini, whatever. And so obviously we do have these two planes which are in communication with each other, and we can just give an idea. What were we doing? We were doing wood, and then we can say that this is density, elasticity, spelled wrong, humidity, for example. And these are obviously, let's get another color here, let's go with some red, in constant states, in constant flux or becoming. So this stuff is, in constant movement, in a constant state of creation. And so therefore these forces under certain conditions interact with matter and individuate. This is the process of individuation. And then we come to our actual individuated individual, or the ordinary. So I see a block of wood, and that was also part of the point on why, the concept is always a risk and being subsumed by chaos and the ordinary as well. So it's just a block of wood. not just a bucket, but I don't care. I have a heating stove. I use pellets. No, they're industrial, and they're all like in a perfect oval shape, even though each pellet, even if industrial produced, will probably be unique to the other pellet, even if the form is identical, but on the interior, they will all be different compositions, depending on the singularities in like that mix of wood chip and, you know, whatever they do to make pellets for pellet-based heating ovens, etc., etc. So that's kind of, we have to think of this parallelism between the virtual and actual, and how singularities are within the realm of the virtual, or what we call the singular, but are acting as a multiplicity or in parallel with the actual, even if it's not visible. So I think at this point we should have a good general idea of that. And I'm just going to add, before we move on here, what we've looked at from the planes of immanence and the issue of concepts. We will have a plane of immanence of thought. We will have a plane of immanence. No, we will have a plane of composition. Hang on, we'll go to the plane of reference, which is science. I will call it now art. I will call it the plane of composition, but that is, I don't think that's correct. But this is, let's say, the more epistemological part of things over here. And this is the thinker, the artist, and the scientist. Hello, scientist. Hello, artist. Hello, thinker. We'll give you a thinking cap. And this is essentially, we can all call them all, just to give them one word, even though they're different planes of reference to the actual virtual multiplicity, I would call it parallel, which is essentially the unconditioned. Unconditioned, or what Deleuze and Guattari would say is the big molecule, meaning our beloved planet Earth, and obviously beyond. So we're going to stop with singularities right here. So from here, we're going to go back to the second paragraph of what is philosophy, on the chapter on what is a concept. And we took that detour into singularities, partially to make this distinction and show how, you know, singularities are kind of like concepts. They are living, things, essentially, always in a state of becoming and in flux. They do not live as we do in the actual world. If you remember Matrix 1, when Neo is doing his first kung fu combat with Morpheus, at a certain point when Neo, whatever, is, tired and can't breathe anymore and can't go on, Morpheus looks him in the eye and says, "Do you think that's air you're breathing?" No. And then Neo gets it. So these things we can consider as living organisms, for lack of a better word, but obviously not organisms in like us, in living beings in the actual world. So we're going to jump back to the second paragraph on concepts, and we have another special guest to keep things moving here. And our special guest was inevitable. It is none other than Zenitsu Agatsuma, who fans of Demon Slayer will certainly know very well. And he's the companion of, obviously, our big hero, Tenjiro Kamado. And Zenitsu is a little bit younger, and he's a demon slayer, but he has a lot of inner doubts. But those are demons he will confront on his own, and he's going to read us the second paragraph from Deleuze and Guattari's What is Philosophy, the chapter on concepts. So here we go. Welcome, Zenitsu. We even have musical capabilities, so we give him a little bit of intro music there, and let's go, Zenitsu. Let's do it.
On what conditions is a concept first? Not absolutely, but in relation to another. For example, is another person autrui necessarily second in relation to a self? If so, it is to the extent that its concept is that or an other, a subject that presents itself as an object, which is special in relation to the self. They are two components. In fact, if the other person is identified with a special object, it is now only the other subject as it appears to me. And if we identify it with another subject, it is me who is the other person as I appear to that subject. All concepts are connected to problems, without which they would have no meaning, and which can themselves only be isolated or understood as their solution emerges. We are dealing here with a problem concerning the plurality of subjects, their relationship, and their reciprocal presentation. Of course, everything changes if we think that we discover another problem. What is the nature of the other person's position that the other subject comes to occupy only when it appears to me as a special object, and that I in turn corn to occupy a special object when I appear to the other subject? From this point of view, the other person is not anyone, neither subject nor object. There are several subjects because there is the other person, not the reverse. The other person thus requires an a priori concept from which the special object, the other subject, and the self must all derive, not the other way around. The order has changed, as has the nature of the concepts and the problems to which they are supposed to respond. We put to one side the question of the difference between scientific and philosophical problems. However, even in philosophy, concepts are only created as a function of problems which are thought to be badly understood or badly posed. Pedagogy of the concept.
Okay, my apologies, Zenitsu, for the premature interruption, but that was an excellent reading of the second paragraph, which we are going to jump into and analyze a little bit further. I've already started drawing some silly diagrams. Let's see if our artificial intelligence camera is with us. Let's give it a shot. Zoom out further. Wow, so that works. Zoom in closer. No, that doesn't work. Zoom in closer. No, skip it. So that's basically artificial intelligence very efficiently demonstrated to the entire world, and just exactly how intelligent and efficient it is. It does listen to some commands, but it just doesn't listen to others. Perhaps it's me. I'm not a good speaker, so he just probably doesn't understand me. So anyway, we're not too much interested in that. We have an excellent reading, and we're going to go into this issue on the second chapter, and I just want to state beforehand that I am taking huge, massive detours here, but I still think in these chapters on what is philosophy, I maintain that it is really good to go in and look at the simplicity of what Deleuze and Guattari are saying before we take that back, because at the end, I'm going to cut this chapter off and make it as short as possible. At the end, I'm going to add a thing where we look at what we've done, what we've already done, where we're going, etc., etc. I need to avoid, kind of falling into complete chaos here. But my essential point was to first look at the conceptual persona, because we started off looking at Deleuze and Kant and Deleuze and Hume, and we want to get into Bergson, especially intuition, which is a wonderful and super fascinating chapter on Deleuze. But I made this choice to detour into what is philosophy, and the point was because Deleuze and Guattari are like putting things here on like such simple, basic terms that is, in my opinion, things that we can take advantage of, even though it was written much, much later, and then just kind of put it like a little treasure box, in our minds, and always have that thing there while we go back and look at Deleuze's reading of the history of philosophy. So, just getting into the substance here, on what conditions is a concept first? Not absolutely, but in relation to another. So essentially, Deleuze does define a beginning for philosophy, as I believe Heidegger and other philosophers will later do, and that is antique Greece. But I imagine it's very hard to determine the very first concept. I mean, that's not an easy task, and honestly, I don't believe that's possible, and I honestly believe that Deleuze would most likely agree with that. I may be mistaken, but that's just my opinion. But what we're saying here, a concept is first. We can't determine which is the actual first concept created in antique Greek philosophy. So we cannot do it absolutely, but we can define a concept which is the relation to another. So as we've spent all that time looking over conceptual personae and planes of immanence, that is all based on this fundamental concept of friendship, which arises in Greece. So, for example, is another person necessarily secondary in relation to itself? So here we're really, really going down to ground zero, stripping everything away, and just going back to the absolute pure basics of this whole question of philosophy and thinking and friendship and etc., etc. So it is to the extent that its concept is that or an other dash a subject that presents itself as an object. So that is why, let me change colors here. I drew up this quick diagram. This blue thing is me, and it's going to be you. And anyone who's watching this is going to be ourselves. This is me as an existing being. This is me. This is I, And we're going, once again, we're going to the absolute basic essentials of being here and in philosophy, etc., etc. According, obviously, to Deleuze and Guattari, we've gone over the fact that all philosophers have a different concept of a beginning, either historically or as a presupposition of where philosophy should begin. And the beginning obviously is a multiple concept, because every philosopher will have a different idea of what the actual beginning is. So we're just talking about Deleuze and Guattari here, no problems. And so what we start with in the beginning is I am an entity, I am a thing, I'm an individuated organism, I am an I. That might be very Cartesian, but I think we get the point. And so then we encounter, and that is inevitable, we encounter another person. So is the second person, and the second person, I'll put him into green right here. We'll give him green eyes, and we'll give him a green neck, and a few green hairs up here. There we go. Oh, that looks terrible. Looks like the thing, the original thing, not the second thing. But okay, so this second person, is he secondary in relation to myself? Because once again, this is really basic, simple intuition, but not even as defined by Deleuze, just normal, intuitions and feelings, etc., etc. I encounter another person. Is that person secondary to me? Because I'm the person perceiving, I'm the person thinking, and that person, the second person I meet, ideally is an object, and so I am not perceiving like he's perceiving, I'm not thinking like he's thinking, so the secondary person presents himself to me as an object, or the famous Lacanian, or totally abused in my opinion, the other. The other is not me. So it presents itself as an object, which is special in relation to the self. So the second person, according to Deleuze and Guattari, has a relation, but that is a special relation, and we have to look into why does that person have a special relation. And they state, in fact, if the other person is identified with a special object, it is now only the other subject as it appears to me. So let's read that very carefully, and I'm going to highlight in blue as much for my purposes as for yours. Let's highlight that and give it a nice azure color. In fact, if the other person is identified with a special object, it is now only the other subject as it appears to me. So I'm going to go on a little bit longer before explaining that. And if we identify it with another subject, it is me who is the other person as I appear to that subject. So what is it? We're going back to grade school. We're going to take a quiz here. But this is more for me than for you guys, which I'm sure you guys are a hell of a lot smarter than I am. Let's see if I zoom in closer. Oh, our camera is started listening to me again. So at this point, how can I define a second person as a special object? So let's say I'm Adam and we have Eve. No, there are two people on the face of the earth. And this is a dumb metaphor, but it's more or less as a thought exercise. It's not so stupid, huh? Regarding what Deleuze is saying here. So I'm Adam, and these look like men, so I don't want to get into. We'll try and make this guy a little more sexy. I hope Eve was a little bit more attractive than that. Whatever. But we'll change colors. Let's switch to magenta. And okay, so initially, what we're saying is if I encounter a second person, ideally, or if I'm on a desert island and I meet someone, or if I'm a newborn, for example, newborns go through this process all the time, that second person initially appears to me as an object secondary to myself. However, that second person can be defined as a special object, and this is the object of our quiz. Why can that second person be considered a special object? Well, the answer is it is because of the concept. So once you define you have a concept of the other person that you encounter, ideally, becomes a special object. So at that point, having the concept, and I repeat, here we are at ground zero. We're just idealizing in for the sake of thought. We're just stripping everything away and getting to the real simple basics here. And that, in my opinion, is the beauty of this, is that if we have the concept of the other, and no longer is the other a simple object. So if you, in our ideal world, you meet, Adam meets Eve, and Eve is not like a rock, she's not like a tree, she has, I won't get carried away, I won't even get into that, we'll just say, she's got long blonde hair, and, but I recognize her not as other object. She is a special object. And why is she a special object? Because a concept is formed, and that is the concept of the other. And at that point, it is presupposed that the other is a special object and is a subject that is presenting itself to me. So what we have here is an object. Adam runs into Eve. He's all alone. God is on like lunch break, and he's all alone in Eden. And then he's taking a walk, and then he meets Eve, the second person. And that second person is initially perceived as an object, no? But that second person, can we do yellow here? Highly questionable. Will then become for Adam a special object. And this is due to the fact that Adam, in our silly little ideal world, has formed a concept which will have at least two components, meaning two things which create a relation between one another. And therefore Eve has now become a subject that appears to Adam. So now Adam recognizes, due to the concept, and going back to the very beginning, this, I'm not saying, I don't believe Deleuze is saying this is the very first concept, but in an absolute sense, but regarding relations to one another, we could reasonably assume in an abstract way that this is the first concept which would be formed under those idealist, very purist conditions. So, for Adam, Eve is no longer just a simple object because Adam has created the concept of the other, and the other is distinguished from all other entities or objects, we could say, in its appearance or its similarity to him. So we're two human beings, we're the only two human beings, so I have a special concept of the other, and I recognize therefore that you, Eve, are a subject, but at the same time I, not being you, being me, being finite, and you being finite, therefore I perceive you as another subject like me, but according to my perception. Not so hard. I cannot be you, I'm only me. We cannot truly ever be united. and you know, we will always have this division as two separate bodies, ultimately, because if you go through Spinoza, bodies come together and form multiple bodies, and these will lead to assemblages, etc., etc. But ultimately, in the end, I am not you and you are not me, and that's as simple as we can define that. So if we identify it with another subject, so let's say we have a third person, and I don't know who the hell this is, let's just give it a name. If we have Adam here, Eve here, following our dumb logic, we're going to call this person, give you a name, good name. It's coming to mind. We're going to call him Rico. God knows where that came from. I need to discover a psychologist, but I'm Adam, and I've just hooked up with Eve, and I've discovered through my creation of a concept that we are actually two subjects. And then Rico comes along, and we all have this concept in common, which we can share. And therefore, if Rico will accept the concept, in presuming Eve accepts the concept, what happens is that I, at the same time, am no longer solely an I am no longer solely me, but I become an other, or another person who appears as a subject to the Rico, our third person, appears as subject. So, subject. Totally incorrect, but anyway, the point is, let's try and change colors. Let's grab some red. So I'm like in paradise, and I'm rocking it with Eve, and all is good and all is great, and I've created a concept, and we accept each other as subjects appearing to one another. So thus, obviously, philos. It's a question of how close you can get to another person, accepting the fact that they're subject. Rico comes along, and I do believe that Eve went through the same process, and so I have to recognize at this point that I will add this right now, both for Eve and also for our new buddy Rico, that I am both a subject, I am I, but at the same time, I am an other, or a subject who is appearing as a subject to our third friend, Rico, over here. So, going along, all concepts are connected to problems without which they would have no meaning, and which can themselves only be isolated or understood as their solution emerges. So, and I think this is extremely simple example. Let's see if this guy zoom out further. Oh wow, he's actually listening to us. So this extremely simple example is great, because Deleuze is saying that concepts are always connected to problems. So in this case, if we get a new sheet and we can waste a little more time doing dumb doodles, if I am me, and I'll just do that even quicker, it'll probably be even nicer, and yeah, whatever. And then we have Rico, just say it's just me and Rico. If Rico is accepted to be an other, and could perhaps be defined as an initial concept. It's that which is not me. but that will be developed into a concept which must inherently, according to Deleuze and Guattari, be multiple. So it is an other which is a special object, which is a second subject who appears to me. If you take this as a very simple and essential concept, that is a question of problem solving, and that is this really great aspect of Deleuze and Guattari, that concepts resolve problems. And this is such a great case to look at because it's also simple, meaning like just keeping the abstract example. This is me. Rico comes along, and let's just presuppose that I create no concept of the other. It's just I recognize an entity which is not me. So like going back in time, you could pick up a club and, you know, like beat Rico to death, or Rico could pick out, I'm sorry Rico, I made you so ugly, I'm sorry if I can't fix it up. I'm trying to do some nice hair. There you go. Now you look like God knows whatever. Rico can pull out a huge rock and like slam it in my face, and you know, without a concept of the other, it could be a threat. The other, if Rico comes along, and this is an ideal preconceptual example, and Rico just went fishing and brought me like a huge, let's say we're in the forests and we're doing freshwater fishing, and you know, that looks more like a bird than a fish, so can we fish that up a little bit? So he brings me like a huge trout. For example, this is always preconceptual. Maybe, you know, Rico and myself will share the trout, and maybe Rico and I will continue to go along together, but that would just be a question of mutual convenience and survival, and not the concept would not enter into that situation in this abstract example we're using. So once the concept comes along, you know, you can, and I'm sure humanity, obviously, according to Deleuze and Guattari, went on for thousands and thousands of years before the beginning of philosophy in Greece. In Neanderthal primitive times, you have preconceptual relationships which are before the friend, and obviously those are based on like biological things, like if I'm me and you know, Rico brings me a fish, but then like I find a woman, and then Rico finds a woman. Those are terrible representations of women. I apologize for that, but maybe I would mate with this woman and Rico would mate with this woman, and we will have offspring. But that presupposes no conceptual basis whatsoever. Those are things, if you follow Bergson, that can be reduced to a sexual drive. I believe all species do have impulses to reproduce, and that has nothing to do with the concept. Family, obviously, it can be preconceptual because those are your offspring, but you don't need a concept of them being your offspring because you know, these are obviously, you know, you witnessed the childbirth and they are the children, and so, you know, all these kind of communities and others can be dealt with in a preconceptual way. But when we're dealing with Deleuze and Guattari, we are specifically talking about Greece and the concept as the other, as a special friend, as a subject which appears to me as I appear to them as a subject. So we both become special objects, and that is a different thing from just mere reproduction, instinct, and survival. Bergson is famous for saying, it's we are all I'm going to use a bad word. Okay, if we say Bergson is saying we are all kind of run, and I was instinctually going to say enslaved by our nervous systems. When Deleuze is talking about a body without organs in the reference to Antonin Artaud, obviously what Deleuze is saying is that we as beings, like a man is a rational animal, we have nervous systems. We need to eat every X amount of time. We need to drink water every X amount of time. But that is like a biological processes which are we must obey because that is how we stay alive. It's our nervous systems, Bergson would say, that want to exist, they want to survive, they want to evolve autonomously, even without thought. So just look at the whole animal kingdom, no? Birds have offspring, and then they have eggs, and they protect eggs, and then they grow their young, they teach their young how to fly, they fly around and bring back various things and worms, etc., for their children to eat. Are birds conceptual? Do they have concepts? Birds sing to each other, no? Bird song. Famous examples of Deleuze and music and Mozart, etc., etc. But are those birds like, do they create and possess concepts? No, absolutely not. It's the evolution of man, according, talking primarily about Bergson here, the evolution of man, that the brain in the human, and that's a pure contingency. It just happened. It's not like man is special, but the human brain over time developed to a form where it was capable of doing certain things that other creatures, animals, are not capable of. And other creatures obviously have much more richer capabilities in other fields of, hearing and sight and smell, etc., etc. But in the human evolution, the human brain evolved into such a form that it was capable of, in Deleuze's case, grasping memory and using memory, to develop thought and concepts, etc., etc. So the important thing here, I don't want to go too long on this, is that it's really it's in antique Greece where the concept is born and arises. We cannot precisely say who gave the first concept, but we know when and where. This is according to Deleuze and Guattari. Other people have other opinions. And you do not need a concept to survive. You do not have a concept to create communities. Absolutely not. It's, that existed for thousands, if not millions of years beforehand through the whole evolution of humans throughout the history of the world. But it's uniquely in Greece where a concept is created of the other, and the other is a special subject who I recognize as another subject such as me, and on and on and on. You can include as many people as you want, and that is something unique, unique to the concept, and something which uniquely occurs in antique Greece. So the other, it's not a question of instinct or survival or family or kinship or whatever. It's a question of I recognize another subject, and therefore it's a question of philos, no? That subject is the other. It is not me, but it is a question obviously this leads into friendship, very obvious, and or friendship, rivalry, ordeals, catastrophes of friendship, wars, etc., etc. But it's all based on what Deleuze and Guattari are saying here is reasonably the best first concept that we could presuppose in our times nowadays, because having defined antique Greece as the origin of philosophy, in living in at least 500 years later, we can only kind of presuppose what the first concept was. We cannot know it, but the best thing to do is base that on, strip everything away, and just take one individual person and then an encounter between two people. For Deleuze and Guattari, this is the basis or the beginnings of the formation of concepts. So, like we said before, the concept is a resolution to a problem. So, in antique Greek society, as if I encounter another, there's a problem, and that was the whole point of drawing this dumb diagram, because if I'm me and then this other, we'll call him Bob. If I just meet Bob, we can kill each other, or we can have multiple relations depending on a whole bunch of conditions, etc., etc. But what occurs in Greece is that ideally some me invented the concept as the other, as a special object, and therefore as a subject, and that is resolving a problem conceptually with thought. And you always have to resolve a problem. We as living beings are resolutions, and I think this is in difference and repetition. We are more or less just resolutions to problem, meaning that being creates an entity, let's say a human being. And why do we have ears? Well, that's just resolving a problem, because the universe has sound, audibility. So your ears are a resolution. Well, why do we have eyes? Well, because creation had to resolve the problem that there's light everywhere, and therefore you need vision. So why do we have a mouth? Well, we have a mouth to eat, because living beings have to eat. Why do we have muscles, nervous system, genitals, etc., etc.? Those are all, can be from a certain point of view, considered as resolutions to very specific actual problems. And the concept as well, on the plane of thought, is a resolution to the problem. And the Greeks, according to Deleuze and Guattari, resolve that problem through the concept of the other as special subject, therefore subject appearing to me. And obviously this leads to the issue of friendship. So all concepts are connected to problems without which they would have no meaning. So once again, that concept of the other, that is a resolution of a problem. It's not an abstract thing, and we're not sitting there, saying, we're just going to create something for the sake of being creative or creative. No, they are very concrete resolutions to very real and concrete problems. And otherwise, they would have no meaning whatsoever. Agree with that 100%. And which can themselves only be isolated or understood as their solution emerges. So once the solution emerges, once the other is not just an object which is secondary in relation to me as a subject, once the other is recognized as a special object, thanks to the concept which has been created, and is now a subject such as me. However, we have the problem that we appear to one another as two subjects. Once that problem has been solved, once the solution emerges, therefore, it's only at that point which you can isolate the original concept. And that's just a very simple way of saying the concept has to work, no? If we go back to the same concept and I say the other is a special object who's the subject, which appears to me, and in my concept I have to kill that person because I need, to be superior. If that was a concept, then we would have all just everyone would have slaughtered themselves in antique society. Instead, a concrete solution emerged, which was friendship, and therefore, once having emerged, the concept is kind of given birth because it worked. It resolved the problem and it worked. You went from, I won't get into the history of Greece right now, but we have Rome, and then you had the Etruscans, and then you had people before. It goes back and back and back and back. But Greece was most likely much, much less evolved, and with philosophy, with the concept, that was a concept that worked because we went on from kind of antique history in Greece into the great cycles of mythology, which are extremely interesting. But then we went to the polis, the city-state, democracy, for example, no? And these are all things that grow from this original concept, meaning the other as a friend. Sorry if I'm shaking my fists around. So we are dealing here with a problem concerning the plurality of subjects, which we've looked into, their relationship and their reciprocal presentation. So we've seen that. Of course, everything changes if we think that we discover another problem. What is the nature of the other person's position to the other subject that the other subject comes to occupy only when it appears to me as special subject, and that I, in turn, and I have to fix that. I'm sure the translation, it was messed up. I, in turn, come to occupy as special object when I appear to the other subject. Okay, I actually had to read that again. I got tripped up on this. Like I said, I mean, for me, and I'm slow, but the terminology is so simple, but it's for me, it's still, after all of these years, counterintuitive, and I have to work really hard to figure out what Deleuze and Guattari are saying here. So I've got this little simple new diagram. So what is being said here is, what is the nature of the other person's position that the other subject comes to occupy? So we'll stop there. Like I said, I'm very slow. Let's just go back to Adam and Eve, and we're just two others, you know, and we know that we are special objects, and we have a concept of the other, which is will be a concept of a special object. So it's not a rock or a tree, etc., etc. But the other, so Eve, let's say, she occupies a position. Eve takes up a position, and I'm not gonna go full biblically here. Let's see if my camera is listening to me here. What do I have to say? Zoom out further. Wow, amazing. So Eve has a special position. She occupies a special position. So Eve, for example, for lack of mental capacity, Eve proposes that we do not eat the apple. So it's like, what's up? I'm in the Garden of Eden. This is also awesome. let's get busy, baby, etc., etc. And he was like, Adam, I am occupying a position. I do not want to eat that apple that that serpent offered us. Okay, I repeat, I don't want to go full biblical here. I'm not specifically. We won't get into religion here. It's just a dumb example. So Eve is occupying, the other is occupying a different position than I. So Adam is like, dude, that apple, like, I'm hungry, man. Well, that's a great apple. I want to eat that apple. No, let's just eat the apple. And what the hell is your problem? So the other occupies a position when it appears to me as a special object. So we know Eve is already a special object, and she's occupying a position. She's like, dude, don't eat the apple. And I'm like, baby, I'm hungry. Let's go eat that thing, etc., etc. And that I, in turn, come to occupy as special object when I appear to the other subject. So I, in turn, come to occupy the same idea. And this is where we're going to get anti-biblical, because we are just presuming that Eve is another. And she says, bro, don't eat apples because apples are evil. No, Eve is like fully conceptual. She's rocking the concepts, etc., etc. Apples are evil. Okay, so Adam is presuming he's the first person. He's our very beginning. We just start with Adam. Eve is a special object. She's another, but they are both subjects for Adam, and therefore they are both multiple already. This extremely simple beginning, but let's say Adam occupies that same position. And this is also the beauty of the language here, and its simplicity. Deleuze is just going full, like, just strip everything away, and let's not talk about, we're just talking about a position. Eve has a position. Eve says either apples are evil or apples are bad for you, or I hate apples. I want to, like a Bounty or Snickers bars. Apples suck. I want a beer. Whatever. No, Eve is just like no apples. So Adam, contrary, I think Adam ate the apple and then, shot the shit out of of our entire existences, and that's his problem. But at that point, and Deleuze and Guattari is saying that when Adam occupies as a special object, as an appearance to Eve, when he occupies that same position, what happens is that the other person, and this should be reciprocal or dual, is no longer either a subject or an object. And this is so simple, but these are things which, in my opinion, are so important for understanding Deleuze, and it's just laid out there in simple terms. We just have to figure it out. So we have me, Adam, and we have Eve. We're special objects in relation to one another, but Eve occupies a position that I, as Adam, do not occupy. I want to eat the apple. Eve says, don't eat the apple, for whatever reason. So if I occupy that same position and I say, like, well, Eve, contrary to ecclesiastical historical authority, let's just presuppose that Adam says, Eve, I agree with you. I'm going to occupy the same position and say no apples. No, let's not eat apples. So at that point, Deleuze and Guattari are saying that once they occupy a position, and we're not talking about a concept yet, a position, neither me as Adam nor Eve as the other, we are no longer either subjects or objects. I have to put an S on that. There are several subjects because there is the other person, not the reverse. So they say there are several subjects because there is the other person. So it is not the other person. Just reverse engineer that. There are not several subjects because there is another person. There is another person because there are several subjects, so not hard to reverse engineer there. The other person thus requires an a priori concept from which the special object, the other subject, and the self must all derive and not the other way around. And once again, this language to me is all extremely simple and very difficult to get through at the same time. Therefore, the other person requires an a priori concept, but I think we already figured this out before. We have an a priori concept, which could possibly be the first concept, obviously not in a historical sense, in the most precise sense that you could deduce from the plain and presupposition that philosophy begins in Greece. Okay, so it's not like I should have chosen two Greek names, but the point, this is Deleuze and Guattari, okay? You don't have to agree with this, but this is the way they see these things. So philosophy starts in Greece, and you have one person and then another person, which is obviously an abstraction, a hypothesis, no? We're just stripping away everything and trying to imagine what a first concept could have been. And obviously no one can demonstrate or prove that that was the first concept, but it's kind of like an exercise which at the same time does have a very concrete fonda, ground, or basis, no? So take this as you will. Many, probably most, will reject this, but I'm just talking about Deleuze and Guattari. Like we said before, all philosophers have their own concept of the beginning. Those philosophers who do not precisely define a beginning, such as a Hegel, as we saw before, Feuerbach, Descartes, etc., and just presume that philosophy is this eternal thing that's always existed and always will exist because concepts already pre-exist, and etc., so that's not, it's going to be entirely a completely different case. So I'm talking about Deleuze and Guattari. If you're interested, Hegel is making a huge comeback right now, so go read Hegel, babies. Let's go. More war, more spirit, more destruction. Let's fucking kill everyone, and we'll all be really great Hegelians. Obviously, and I'm biased because I appreciate a little more Deleuze, who was obviously, I think, is I believe that every human death is just a terrible thing, and I don't believe we're proceeding towards perfection 100%. No, absolutely not. And I don't believe, that hundreds of thousands and millions of people need to be killed to roll towards the perfect society. But hey, that's me. You guys make up your mind. And I'm not saying that it's all implicit in Hegel. It depends on your reading of Hegel. But I'm going to cut myself off because I can spend another hour bitching and complaining about that and name certain Hegelian figures who are very popular in thought right now, which for me is kind of disgraceful, but let's not get into that. Let's keep going. So we know the other person needs an a priori concept, and we got into that before, from which the special object, the other subject, and the self must all derive, not the other way around. So we're going to reverse engineer this again. It's not too difficult. I'll probably get a headache, but we have an a priori concept. We'll just do one. And then we'll do two, which is the special object. Special object. Special object is number two. And what is, what's the special object? The other subject, the other subject. Other subject. And we will, the other special object is obviously other subject, and the three is the self. And this is kind of fun and interesting in itself, because Deleuze is saying, first thing you need is an a priori concept of the other. Okay. Then you need a special object, which, as we presumed before, and I may be mistaken, but the special object derives from the a priori concept that the other is a subject such as me who only appears to me, and therefore I have myself. So what Deleuze is saying strictly here, and as always with Deleuze and Guattari, this is counterintuitive. Before you have another person, let's say you have to have an a priori concept from which the special object, the other subject, and the self must all derive. So I cannot do that. I was going to propose this as a hierarchy, but that is incorrect. What Deleuze is saying is the first thing that happens is the concept, and then the self, and the other derive themselves from the concept, which is a priori. And we've looked in this before. Deleuze is going to say that the concept is going to exist before the concepts of self and the concepts of other. The concept a priori of the other will create the special object, which is the object as an object. This is always a concept, it's conceptual. So the concept of the other will be the cause of the other as special object and the self. Interesting. So I don't want to say bluntly, and I don't want to. Let's see if we can zoom in here for drama's sake. What do you say? Zoom in closer. Wow. Wonderful. For drama's sake, Deleuze is saying that essentially the concept predates or presupposes concepts of self and other, and that is very, very interesting in itself. But I am just here to say things the way they are to the best of my abilities. So going back to the text, we put to one side the question of the difference between scientific and philosophical problems. Okay. However, even in philosophy, concepts are only created as a function of problems which are thought to be badly understood and badly posed. The pedagogy of the concept. So pedagogy, obviously, it's zoom out further. Zoom out further. There we go. We have to scream. Obviously pedagogy is something you come across in schools and education, and like a pedagogical school is much more concerned about the relation between children's and their capabilities to relate to others and their social capabilities. It's kind of equally, if not as important as actual learning abilities of students. So pedagogy, it's all a question of relationships. So obviously the concept for Deleuze and Guattari is a question of relationships. That last part, concepts are only created as a function of problems which are thought to be badly understood or badly posed. So I'm going to go to one last paragraph right now, going back to the article on Smith about the relationship. It's just a paragraph, the relationship between Deleuze and Guattari. We have Felix is always with us here. I would hope in spirit, but he's probably got better things to do wherever he may be. Rest in peace. And we will get into that question a little bit further when we close, and we're very close to doing that. The detours we've done into what is philosophy, just to kind of do this kind of crazy adventure where we try and extract some concepts of late Deleuze and then go back. We're going to be going back to Kant, Hume, but principally Bergson. And when we talk about Bergson and Deleuze's method of philosophy, Henri Bergson is literally going to be a giant. And Bergson is always about good questions and bad questions. And intuition as a method will be very heavily based on distinguishing good and bad questions. So it's almost like when Deleuze talked about cutting, no? Bergson is saying, the huge problem with philosophy is that we have so many badly posited questions, and we have to just cut away and hack away all those dumb questions and invent new questions which already presuppose their answer. So it's all a question of inventing new problems, and that leads to creation in philosophy. Normal, no? I read the other day that I was watching some podcast that if man, for God knows whatever reason, following Elon Musk, let's say we all launch ourselves to Mars on Musk's chemical rockets. Within 3 generations, the people that live on Mars are going to look basically like carrots. They're going to be completely orange because in the atmosphere, you have none of the solar radiations and the vitamins, and then the gravity is completely different. So the muscles will all shrivel up, and then the ears might become like elephant's ears because obviously, or they might become small. I don't know, because you have just so much noise on the surface. I don't even know I brought that up, but the point was that if we shoot ourselves to Mars and we're convinced, we're going to abandon this planet because it's all going to end up in some kind of big terrible apocalypse, even though the demographics, you have less and less people, but whatever, we have to go to Mars. Okay, 3 generations of people on Mars, and they're going to look like our classical. They're going to look like the aliens in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The only difference is they won't be gray; they're going to be orange because there's a whole bunch of biological reasons, and that's a resolution to problems. You pick up. Oh my God, what's his name? It doesn't come to mind. Well, Donald Trump is obviously the big orange man, but if you take just anybody, when you throw them on Mars, I mean, in a couple of generations, he will be completely transformed, and that's a question of resolving problems. That obviously has to do with the actual, but your body will adapt to the low pressure, to the different gravity, the distance from the sun, radiation, constant noise. Even if you have like the best spacesuits in the world, I mean, it's inevitable. Problems will be resolved, and men or people that go to Mars will turn into big carrots. So if you're into becoming a carrot, that's fine and well for me. Let's go and inhabit Mars for God knows whatever reason, because as intelligently I saw other podcasts where a lot of people were saying, well, why don't you just take the same money, because that's going to cost like God knows what kind of money you have to pay to with chemical rockets, I repeat, which are done obviously by Elon Musk, who obviously makes a lot of money off of chemical rockets. So, why don't we take that same money and just try and educate ourselves and, save our planet, which, to be quite frank, I mean, is much more beautiful than Mars. Sorry to say that, but our big molecule is better than that big red dusty molecule on Mars. If it doesn't have ancient pyramids or ancient traces of civilization, etc., in its current state, sorry, Mars is a shithole. I don't want to live there. I prefer our big molecule, which to me seems to be a lot more diverse and interesting. Today, tomorrow, who knows? Everything can change, huh? So we're going to close this up very quickly, going back. I do not know why my French keyboard does not like Fs. We're going to close this chapter up right here. And this is from the article we cited before from Smith. As a final complication, Deleuze says that even he and Guattari never did understand the body without organs in quite the same way. Okay, so once again, the special object, my friend, we do not agree on everything. My special friend, in the terms that we just studied, is occupying a different position. If I occupy the same position, both me and my friend are no longer subjects or objects. Why? Because we have created an external relation. We are in a state of becoming. And therefore, my position, which may be different from my friend's position, but at the same time, I'm interested in my friend's proposition. We enter into a state of becoming. So we do not have to agree to create. And Deleuze, quite the contrary, will say that friendship has to go through all kinds of problems and ordeals. And friendship is not agreeing on everything. No, and that's how creation actually happens. At the same time, you have a bond through the concept, the love of the concept, and you share this love of a certain concept. However, you do not agree, and that's how the concept is continually renewed, is continually in becoming. It's continually overcoming the forces of chaos because it's continually being renewed by entering into contact with others who are friends but do not agree with you, and therefore the concept will be in a constant state of becoming or flux over time and will always be fresh, ideally. Think about today, it's not really the case, but that's the basic idea. So Deleuze and Guattari never really agreed on the concept of the body without organs. This is not a question of authorial intention. If one considers Deleuze and Guattari's jointly authored books as belonging fully, why does this thing hate Fs? Fully to the trajectory of another F. I'm going to jump off the balcony here. Of Deleuze's writings, and equally fully to the trajectory of, we'll skip that up, Guattari's writings, that one could take Deleuze's comment to imply that even within a work like Anti-Oedipus, the concept of the body without organs has a different sense, a different becoming, depending on whether one reads it in the context of Deleuze's trajectory or Guattari's trajectory. In other words, even within a single space work or project, Deleuze and Guattari's concepts do not have an identity that will be reducible to a definition. So once again, this is a concept which is, as we saw before, a fragmentary whole. But according to Deleuze and probably Pierre-Félix Guattari, it is that very fragmentary nature of the concept which guarantees its health. It's its capability to exist over time and modify itself and be modified, etc., etc. Indeed, Deleuze insists on this point. Working together with Guattari, he says, was never a homogenization, but a proliferation, an accumulation of bifurcations. Moreover, if Deleuze entered into a becoming Guattari in his jointly authored works, one could say that he did the same thing even in his monographs, where he entered into a becoming Spinoza or a becoming Leibniz and so on, such that even in his solo works, Deleuze's concepts never lose this status of becoming. Okay, that's true. I would just add the fact that when you're writing, Deleuze is writing about a Bergson or Hume, those are authors who have passed away, and indeed, when Deleuze is working with them, with his conceptual personae together with the conceptual personae of those authors, is indeed entering into a form of becoming, and he is extracting, we can say, singularities in thought. We'll look into that a little bit later. He's extracting certain things, and he's creating new concepts and reapplying those things in new ways, which is always an ethical decision. But he is giving life and vitality to concepts which certainly in Bergson's case have been kind of discarded and looked over. So I cannot stress the importance of Henri Bergson, and I hope to get onto that in the next chapter very quickly. The importance of Henri Bergson in Gilles Deleuze's thought. I mean, Bergson is a giant, specifically regarding method. No, we have the Nietzsche's and Spinoza and Leibniz, but that, as we're going to see, is more what we would call theory. But Bergson, Hume, to a certain extent Kant, that has much more to deal with methods. So it is true that he is in becoming, but those, to say brutally, those are dead authors. So he's reading their books, and he's in Pierre Félix Guattari was literally for many years Deleuze's best friend, a living human person, that he saw every day, and they did conferences together. And when Felix was depressed, he would come to Gilles' house and watch soccer and not say anything for 3 hours, and Deleuze would be worried. This is all in the biography. And friendship, it's about that. No, it's not all happy times. It's not like we agree on everything. If you're sad and depressed, maybe sometimes you just need to be silent. You need to come to my house and watch the World Cup, and then no one talks, but I'm there, you're there, and that doesn't mean a friend doesn't have to sit there and say, "Are you okay? Do you need this? Do you that? Do you want to talk?" No, sometimes friends pass through ordeals. Everyone passes through ordeals. Sometimes friends just have to sit there in silence, no? And that's the best thing. Quite often, that's the best thing you could do. So I'm just adding that on because not mentioned in the article, but becoming Guattari. I do kind of that is appropriate, but that's like Marx and Engels is different from Deleuze reading Leibniz, who died 250 years earlier. It's a different, very different relationship. Trying to end this up, yes, becoming Spinoza, kind of, sort of, becoming Leibniz, kind of, sort of, and so on, such as that. Even in his solo works, Deleuze's concepts never lose this status of becoming. As Deleuze like to say, I am nearly incapable of speaking my own name, which is very interesting, in my opinion. Very, very beautiful phrase. This is becoming imperceptible. I've completely dissolved the self as an I. I am another conceptual personae, concepts, becomings, immanence, essentially. So, in this sense, Deleuze's critique of the identity of the self or ego has as its exact parallel a critique of the identity of concepts. So this should be pretty clear to us by now. If experimentation on ourself is our only identity, so once again, this should be pretty clear. As Deleuze says, then the same is true of concepts. Their only identity lies in experimentation. That is, in their intrinsic variability and mutation. So I'm going to close this chapter up here. I'm not going to rant on. I hope that's the most relevant way. We're going to have I'm going to attach some postscript stuff, a little bit of information about this video, and I am not going to go on any further and close these things up here. So until next time, my dear friends, I wish you all, above all, the best of health and the best of luck in your the various problems that we all have to deal with every day. Take care.